All right. How's that? All right. Ink. Okay. All right, let's put that on vibrate. I'm going to set up my monitoring over here. There we go. All right, can everyone hear me? Seems to be doing a lot better, as far as I can tell. Doesn't seem to be any major delays. Apparently I had the resolution and the frame rate too high, and the bit rate too low, and for some reason just restarting OBS and suddenly my microphones work. No idea what happened. Cool. All right. So let's go ahead and get to it. I told Naomi Wu that in honor of her unboxing style, I'd use one of my fight choreography blades. So this is the matching parrying dagger to the French cut and thrust I have hung up over there. So let's get this on open. Ooh. It's not very sharp, which you don't want with fight choreography blades. If anything, this thing's a bit sharper than it should be. There we go. Ugh. Oof. Alrighty. Set that aside. Cautions. Recommended to use Creality slicing software to avoid machine abnormality caused by different slicing instructions of different slicing software. If you use other software, please make sure the G28 instruction under Start G code is same or setted as shown below. Okay. All right. These nozzles are tiny. No, okay. So we got some PLA. I think I've had Creality PLA before. Invitation to be the next customer of Creality Cloud. Alright. I'm sure a lot of this is all the same between the 6 SE and the Max. I have not ever used Creality. This is actually... So, I've only had one printer for the past, I think it's 2 years now. That's the display. And it is the Flashforge Finder. It only has a 140 millimeter cubed build volume, so super tiny, but it was recommended as the most user-friendly for like people who have no idea what they're doing starting out. And I gotta say, it's been a workhorse. It's been reliable. I've not really had any problems that I didn't cause to it. Yeah, it's just been a really strong one, but I've kind of outgrown it. It's good for small stuff if I want to keep doing that. But if I want to do more serious stuff, I needed to upgrade. And when I saw the 6SE, the biggest thing I'm scared about is leveling. And I know this is going to take some tweaking and whatnot, but the idea of the auto leveling bed, which is supposed to be even fancier than the one that the Finder had, I was like, okay, all right, I'm in. Because that's one of the biggest things you usually sacrifice for a decent price. For the bigger builds. So we cut some corners in a lot of our bills and spending habits so that we could afford to get this. Flex tape sealed this. You know, get it on the fly. Okay, so I'm guessing these are the support struts. It's a nice weight to it. So this is the same arm, side arm as the SE. All right. Move that out. That bottom camera will become more useful in a moment. Well, the auto leveling on the Finder, while you had to turn the knobs, it had it built in this little arm that would come down, touch and depress, and give you noise, give you a little song once it got to the right level, and go on. And it did a 3-point for each of the 3 knobs. And even though it was a small build, it still had the dual, I guess Z-axis? Yeah, X, Y, Z, yeah. Dual Z-axis screws, even for that tiny build. It made that thing a beast. Like, you could knock it around sometimes, and it would still keep going with no adjustments. Double check the power supply, make sure it's on 110 volt. Thank you very much, Cody, for that. Yes, like the BL Touch, but a lot smaller. Like, it took almost no room. That BL Touch is, like, huge from what I've seen by comparison. This is just a tiny little arm that it makes this little zip sound. It's really funny. Zip. You know, bzz, and move around. Bzz. It was very funny. Oh, boy. That is a beast. All right, these are the, yeah, that's probably going to need some adjusting. I'm guessing they shipped them loose on purpose. Let's set that off to the side for now until I get the box out of the way. Oh, don't lean it like that. Let's lean it the other way. Oh, this is a big boy. See, that's the other thing. The Finder came pre-built, like it's just a cube. And I actually found an STL of the Finder with most of the details. And apparently, the build volume on this is just a few millimeters shy of the actual size of the Finder. So I am really tempted to actually recreate that, the Finder as a 3D print, because I'll set it side by side and it might be just the tiniest bit smaller, but yeah, it's just outside of 400 millimeters. So that'll be funny. Oh boy. See, I like that it has dual. It's probably pretty necessary for the size. Oh, okay, this is the heavy boy. What is the best way to take this out without screwing it up? Oh, yeah, this is where all the weight is. That's all the weight. Let's set that down for a moment. Oh. I do not spring back. All right, that's it. I do not spring back like I used to, so putting that on my shoulder was already a chore. All right, set that back. And meow. And meow. And I gotta say, this foam is really like high quality. It had to survive the FedExers throwing them over the fence. Y'all seen that? I think someone did that to their test model of the CR-30. They just got sent today. Luckily, Naomi was very nice about, like, oh, that really sucks. This is actually a good test to see if we packed it well enough, and let me know if you need any parts replaced. So that was good, at least. As far as streaming goes, normally I do learn to plays for board games and card games. So basically just tabletop games in general. What I'll do is I'll do like an unboxing on OM Gaming, my gaming channel on YouTube here. And I will first do kind of the unboxing. I'll go through a live Let's Play. So just kind of sit there and kind of learn it together is the idea. So I'm going through the instructions first time along with y'all. And then afterwards, I go through everything, I evaluate, and then I give a review afterwards. That's the idea. Started that because of quarantining. Because I went to school for film. So that is not necessarily my normal thing, but adapt, improvise, overcome, that sort of thing. So all of this and all of these books right here are all D&D books, but they're 95% second edition, or at least AD&D. There might be a few first edition AD&Ds in there, but I've also got a few 5th editions, 4th and 3rd, where it pertains to things that I'm especially interested in, but I normally work in 2nd edition. But I like to hybrid it with, where is it? Hackmaster. I don't know if it'll show here, but yeah. It's it's basically like AD&D on crack. It was a bit of a satirical make fun of AD&D, and I like taking elements from both of them and mixing them together. I actually built this table with in mind of having players around. Obviously, I can't do that right now, but you can fit up to 7 players on these sides, and I'd have a webcam across here, on me, obviously top down, and that camera for more of the detailed information of the table. Let's see, ETB of Champions Path. ETB, I'm not familiar. But okay, so main reason I put this webcam down here is there's been talk about this on the CR-6 SE. Now, they've been talking about not having a good snap to it. This seems to actually have a decent snap. I mean, I went ahead and ordered all the switch that people were talking about with DigiKey, except I'm getting the green one. I like green way better than red. And it lights up. But this doesn't seem too bad. I'm not saying that it isn't going to have the same issues, but it's not having that non-snap issue that people were talking about with the other one. So maybe with the Max, they went with a different one, like they'd already gone through the assembly line. Elite Trainer Box. Oh, Pokemon. So that kind of came after my time, because I turned 38 tomorrow. And so by the time Pokemon hit, like, I was never a Nintendo person. I was a Sega guy, and mostly PC. But when I did do consoles, it was the Sega Genesis. So, and like, my first handheld was the Atari Lynx, which was the first colored handheld to come out. So I didn't get too much into Pokemon. In fact, the first time I ever did anything Pokemon was Pokemon Go. Kind of lets you Max Switch, and it was a new one. Oh, okay, that's cool. Well, I've got a backup one in case something happens, or I may switch it anyways because I like green. I don't know. So, but I went ahead and ordered it anyway because I needed to order some parts from DigiKey to make a. I was 3D printing a torch. The idea is a button switch and some batteries, and you can use one of these guys, the flame bulbs, and have your little fake torch put in a sconce over here. So I've kind of built this whole room around the idea of gaming, especially D&D. Whoops. Did you turn off? May have to get the power supply for this. Oh no, power's fine. It just went to sleep. Alright, my SE had a 4-prong switch, and my Max has a 3-prong switch. Okay. I may take a look at that at some point and see which prongs I have. So 4 versus 3, I'll keep that in mind. But it's good to know that there is hope for the Max. Alright. So with this one, that's there. Why is there tape here if that's where you're supposed to attach that? Let's push this forward a little bit. Thingiverse has some D&D. Oh, yes, they do. I have spent far too many hours searching through the D&D stuff. One thing, aha, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's to keep them still. Okay. So that does remove. One of the things I want to build is someone made a DM screen that has a whole bunch of utility here, and it's got the dice towers on the side here, and it looks like a big old castle wall. And so I'm excited to print that now that I have a big enough build volume for that. Yeah, this table, so each of the 3 seat players have a pocket in here big enough for a D&D book to sit either this way or that way. About yay tall. Same thing with me, except mine goes all the way around here. It's the deepest, biggest pocket, and I don't know if you can see my hands glowing red a little bit. Oh, probably not because of that. But I have some LEDs in here to kind of light up what I'm seeing in here, so I can stow away minis or whatever little books I need in here. And each side, so there's a dual plug and dual USB ports here, and there. And then I have one dead center in the middle here. And then it goes to a single strip, which then goes single cable to the wall. So, in fact, a lot of this lighting set up here that I have plugs into this table, which minimizes a lot of the cable management. And like I have 2 lights here, and I have a softbox here, and hanging from this rig system, I've got the GoPro and 2 shotgun mics, all hanging from this system. And the nice thing is, it's all up on a C stand, so like everything is up and out of the way, and it's pretty minimal. So, let's see. What PLA do you usually use? So I started off with the Flashforge that came with it, and I moved to some Amazon tester strips. I've recently bought like a whole chunk of I am blanking out. What is the name of, there's a channel that does reviews on this stuff, but they also sell their own PLA. I am blanking out. Now I have to go look. Give me 1 second. Aha! There we go. Matter Hackers. So these 2, and I've got a gray one in there right now of Matter Hackers, and they were out of Matter Hacker Red, so I ended up going with the Polymaker of the red. And got some Polymaker Poly Smooth. So this is Poly Light. Yeah, this one's Poly Smooth. This is a clear PLA, but it's specifically, I have this plan of taking clear PLA, and I'm trying to figure out how to hack vase mode to actually make a helmet, like a full clear visor. And so the trick is, as long as it's in vase mode, so single wall, as soon as there's 2 walls or any infill or anything, that doesn't work. It gets cloudy. Single wall, you treat it with like spray on isopropyl alcohol on both sides, treat it, and it kind of slightly melts it and reforms it into a clear, crystal clear plastic. Micro Center. I mean, so there is a Micro Center here in Houston. However, I am way north, and they are way south. So while near is relative, it's about an hour and a half away, depending on traffic. At nighttime, I could probably get there in 45 minutes. Oh, yeah, I could buy online from Micro Center, sure. But, yeah, Matter Hackers, though, they had a decent price for the PLA, and they get some decent reviews. So, like, price per quality, this kind of seemed like the smart idea. And the Polymaker was, like, a little, like, maybe $5 more expensive. But let's get to putting this together. Now this is going to go up front here. So from what I understand, this has to go on its side first. I hope I don't make a fool of myself trying to put this together. If I decide to build my first printer, live, of course. Sorry if I hit the mic. Okay. All right, let's scoot this a little bit towards me. Oh, I'm gonna scratch up this table. Oh, hey, look, fell off. That's fine. Well, partially fell off. Let's get that out of the way. My hat's gonna keep hitting the mic. Let's go backwards. Well, let's line these up first. Whoop. That's the tape. slots. Okay. That means these black ones are what you fit down here. Make sure the extruder is pointing to the front. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So that is front, right? CE. Oh, no, that's front. I got the fronts confused. Thank you for helping me double check that. That would have been very foolish. So nervous about making a fool of myself on camera that I almost did. Hi-ho. All right. See, that makes a lot more sense with the plugs. All right, so that plugs there. And that would plug there, but that should be fine. There we go. Should have heard this house not 5 minutes before I went on, being blasted BTS everywhere. The girlfriend is excited that their new album just dropped. So she's been blasting K-pop all day in excitement. And where did I put? Of course I would forget my Allen key. I couldn't find the voltage switch. Oh, yeah. That's right, that's right. I need to take a look at that. Well, let me put this together, then I'll look at that. How about that? Let me go get my Allen keys. So there I go again, not thinking. Duh. Have Allen keys. Duh. It comes with some. Like I'm in the middle of pulling out going, oh yeah, I'm getting the Allen keys from my Finder. Because my Finder came with Allen keys. Wait, doesn't this come with Allen keys? Oh right, it does. It's in that drawer that everyone keeps forgetting about. There we go, perfect. Three under 3 pros. Well, I'm hoping the idea was to make it easier, like as they get better. Because that seemed to be like one of the big appeals for paying just a little bit more for this was the fact that they were talking about that this has all the improvements to it that everyone already wants. Like, oh, I don't have to do any almost necessary upgrading, so any upgrading I do will be more desiring than needed. That sounds like a plan to me. Okay, let's do this bottom side. Make sure it's lined up. Yeah. It's nice that they got the notch there. That way you can just feel that it's in there. Alright, come here. That's one. Out of curiosity, has my audio gotten too far out of sync? That's kind of the one issue that I've been having. Because I use separate mics that go in through a mixer to my ATEM Mini, and then they kind of come out as their own audio track, so I don't think they sync properly to the camera. Something about the way the ATEM Mini works. So like after a while of streaming on Twitch, sometimes they'll go out of sync. Alright, let's move this over a little bit. Slide this. Aha! Bringing it to a lip, as opposed to trying to do it on a flat table, helps. I don't know if you can over tighten these or not. So I'm just going to go to touch stiffness. Oh, good. Alrighty, let's set this boy up. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, so that side's plugged in. Let's get this off. It's kind of stuck in there. Alright, there we go. So let's see, you do that. It's very pinchy. That side goes in. Alright, so it's just very pinchy. I guess that's to make sure it stays in place. Ooh, this has already been rubbed off. Okay, something to keep in mind. Oh, and this is taped down as well. Okay. Alright, so this one just has the one in the back here. What does that say? Z2, okay. And labeled, that's good. No, come back, tape, don't go back down. Ooh. Seems to be, I guess it couldn't handle low latency. I guess I don't have it a good enough upload speed. My download speed's pretty decent, but my upload speed, I guess, is junk. Because I guess in order to facilitate itself, YouTube has it off by like almost a minute. All right. So this would go Mia. Yeah. Now does this go over or under? So no, that would go under, right? That. I didn't hear it lock. There was no satisfying snap like I was hoping for. Oh, okay. No, wait. I think it's supposed to go... Ah. It's the first time using pieces like this. Alright, so let's do it like that. Okay. That goes like that. And this goes like this. Okay. It's not bad. Never had to worry about cable management in my Finder. So, but this looks very secure. I need to do... So it's funny, I had wondered about this right here. I guess there's been some models I've seen where they attach directly to the side and the Z can't go all the way up as a result. So this offset seems, while obvious, I guess some folks didn't do it. This is a big box. So for context, I don't know if y'all saw the photo or not. But I was like, something like this. Trying to hold this with one hand while trying to take a selfie. The box is huge. Comes up to my crotch. My crotch! My crotch! Has anybody seen my crotch lately? Okay. So that's nice. Ah. Okay, I'm messing too much with the drawer right now. Should have paid attention to how the trowel went in. Do I even need that though? Probably not. Schlibbity-doo. This. So that's that. That's a drawer. So this must be. Okay, this is looser. Still looser. What? What's that noise I'm hearing? Oh. This is taped down. And why is it taped down? This is a plug that goes, okay. So that goes there. I have a feeling that I should probably watch the assembly video. All right. So let's see. CR-6 max. Assembly, there we go. Oh, hey, look. There I am. This dude must be buff, the way he was handling it. Or that he was just very sure of himself. Okay, so let's go ahead and attach the screen because he does that next. For optimal success, let's follow the instructions in order. Oh, right, for the screen. I'm like, it doesn't reach for anything. That's probably why, because I haven't put the screen there yet. I am smart. 510 screws. These are 512 screws. Okay, which ones does he use? So install the screen. Doesn't actually say which ones. I mean, I would assume that would be the shorter ones. That makes the most sense. So that's what we're going to do. We also have 520 screws. Does it actually come with instructions? Oh, I thought it was just an advertisement for their cloud. Their instructions are in here as well. It might be helpful. Qualified certificate with no information. Okay. All right, that's the invitation. User manual. After sales service card. So that is the actual useful part. I was right, M510s. My instincts were right, but it's always good to check. They're like, man, don't follow the instructions. Yes, follow the instructions. Oh yeah, you had it, okay. 520 is for the angle sports, that makes sense. So what about the 512s then? That's not much different than the 10s. Unless that's for the top supports. Like the 20 for the bottom and 12 for the top. Because I noticed it was just a small little hole, so it doesn't actually need that much. Alright. This guy. Yep, I was right. Eyeball for the win. No, don't turn off. Goes to sleep way too quickly. Alright. Strong. Alright. There we go. Tape. I'll leave that on for now. Alright. So he does the assembly. Now I remember how I thought this was interesting. They use two pieces and they use this double-sided to make it work. I thought that was interesting. And they are symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which side you use. Good. Question is, does it have an endpoint? Doesn't feel like it. So let's see what happens. I feel like I'm assembling nunchucks, so you'd be like, ka-ching! Wah! Nunchuck. Oh, that's right. And the bolt goes in there to create adjustment points. All right. Nice. It's already secure as is, so this is just making it doubly secure. All right. It's interesting how small the nozzle is. The nozzle that comes with my Finder is way, like, wider. At least where it ends, like where the metal ends. So it actually has an endpoint. Interesting. So they do that so it doesn't actually spin, as opposed to being adjustable like a lot of these are. Okay, that works for me. No, wait. Maybe I was wrong. Well, let's see how these actually match up. Yeah, this needs to come out some. So 20 in the bottom, 12's in the top. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm getting a little quiet at this point while I'm making sure I get all this right. Here comes the tedious part of things. Oh, okay. There's a middle one in there. That's what I was doing wrong. Sitting there trying to screw on top of the screw. Yeah, that's smart. Let's do it that way. SMRT. Okay, needs more room. Oh, okay. Almost there. One more turn to do it. Aha! Ta-da! Now there we go. So it is for the adjustment to get it right. Just for some reason it went a little bit far in. Didn't want to go far in. Okay, and yeah. And yeah, nice and secure. Honestly, shaking these poles for some reason reminds me, I'm going to definitely show my age here. When I was watching, what was it? I think it was Hobbits. Not the Hobbit, sorry. The Ewok Adventure. It's either Ewok Adventure or it was the second one, Battle for Endor. Where they were making something, and Wicket kept going along and like shaking something and making sure it was all stiff and secure. It was just stuck into my bone. I watched it so many times growing up because we taped it off a TV. Watched it over and over and over and over again. So this one's like, okay, so it's a little bit longer. So let's bring that way out. All right, these are all empty. We can put those away. Yeah, see? I gotta do this, see? Perfect. A lot easier the second time around. There we go. Angle looks different. I hope that doesn't affect it at all. I guess you can't see this. This one looks flat and this one looks like it's slightly tilted up, but the piece of plastic that sits on there, I don't think that affects. Oh, this is super loose. Is that okay for this to be loose? This doesn't actually look... Can't adjust that at all. Okay, that does feel a little loose. Does it stick out that much? Oh, it does, because that's where it attaches at the end here. Okay. Okie dokie. So it's saying let's put on the rack. Putting on the rack. Do they have a suggested point to put it on there? They're suggesting to put it directly behind. Alright, let's do it right here then. That just snaps in. They do something wrong? Oh, okay. I didn't get it hooked in there well enough. And they had it facing back. So lock in. Is it supposed to go in that way? Because that just does it. That don't seem right. You know, honestly, prefer it like that. So I'm going to do it like that. Sure, it doesn't matter. Extra pieces. I'm guessing. Power cable. Alrighty. It's empty. Oh, cable buckle. That's useful. Skip the step there. Okay. So there's that. That takes some strain relief off, so that's good. Let's bring this more this way. That's why I did it more center. Okay, let's double check the instructions. Install the gantry frame, did that. Install the display, did that. Pull rods, done. Easier to replace platform and adjust the belt. Okay, they're just showing how everything works here. All right, so that's lower, that's higher. Lower usually means looser. It's harder to actually feel whether or not this is tight enough, so I guess we're gonna find out. What about the voltage switch? Right. Question is, where is it? Oh boy, that really goes forward. This is the mostly assembled setup. best way, I think, is probably to pull it back. Nope. You got that there. So let's instead remove this and go on its side. There's only so many places it can be. There's the switch. Okay. Well, power's in here. Some dark spots on this. Oh, I guess they already did a test print on here. Or is that just me? Anyway, I'm honestly hoping they did a test print on here. I'm not seeing where it would be. Power supply cover. Yep. It's looking like that's the option here. What do I do with the... Am I already losing pieces? That's fine. Oops. No, we are trying to find where the switch is before we go turning it on for the voltage. It's the difference between different countries use different voltage setups. If you use the wrong one, you can really mess it up. It's weird that they, I guess they didn't create a custom setup so that the switch would be available. They just used some stock parts and made it fit in their housing. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I know with the new SEs, I think they said they were doing like a hardcore run test on them before they let them go. With the new sets that they're producing. So I guess the hope is prevent those small percentage of the motherboards that are smoking. I'm guessing the hope is to catch them before they actually go to a home. But I don't think they necessarily did that with these. But they may have used at least a different switch. Has anyone heard about the Maxes smoking at all? Is that a thing? Probably should have gone bottom up, now that I think about it, because of gravity. But I'm sure it's fine. There we go. And there's the power supply. Yeah, you never would have found this, because it's nowhere near any of the walls. Unless it's that wall there. There's the fan. There's that. Here's the back. Let's take a look over here. Let me come around from the other side. Yeah. No, none of the walls actually allow for the switch. And this says 100 to 240 VAC. Let's move this here. Oops. Yeah, this is limited on where it can go. Hopefully, you'll get a better shot of it this way. .9 amp. I am not gonna lie, I don't actually see a switch at all. Let me see if I can see if this particular model, so a Meanwell RSP 524. Okay. I'm actually wondering if this one even has one. Like, I'm wondering, since only a little bit over 600 of these were made, I'm wondering if they shipped, and that's why they shipped separately to the US versus other places, that they just had them set to their specific. Or they found something that was universal. Now, Some people were saying loud, so maybe this is that fan. So that fan might need to be replaced if it ends up being the loudest part of it. Someone had theirs die after 30 days. So I'm just checking the Amazon reviews at this point. 4.6 out of 5 stars, so it seems like a decent power supply. VDC 24 output current, 21 maximum output power, 504 family, 85 to 64 input frequency, 47 to 63 maximum input current, 5.3 output, connector type. Power supply efficiency, 89% minimum isolation voltage, 3000 volt operating temperature, minimum. UL, CLU, TUV, CB, and CE. Agency approves. Type auto switching. Okay, maybe I thought I meant something different. Oh, maybe that is a thing. Yeah. So that's the solution. So yeah, maybe they, I mean, shoot, we paid so much more for this machine. And it's not, I mean, you shouldn't have to pay so much more if it's just bigger build volume. I mean, yeah, bigger plate, you need the 2 runs, you have the 2 arms and everything, but why not go the extra volume, especially considering this is where I left it. I left it on. I am such a dunce. This was just sitting there. So yeah, it's an auto switching, unlike the SE. That's really cool. And that went down, right? Yeah, because the fan's there, so that makes sense. Cool. Now let's go top down again, except attaching. Note to self, if I do this again, do it bottom to top. Sorry, I'm about to get tedious again. Fortunately, this is live, so I can't do a montage or a speed up. Feel free to go get a snack right now. But we learned something. See, I am not the tech guy. I'm a filmmaker who likes making props. That's genuinely why I got into 3D printing, because there's things that I wanted for videos. I'm like, wow, it's way too expensive, or way too much effort to try and make props by hand, and you know, manufacturing, yada yada, all that. Just not that good. But this gives you that kind of professional edge. Speaking of the prop making, that's what I was talking about. So the helmet thing. The previous helmet I made, which was on the Finder, I used max build volume, and I had about a 95-99% success with it. You know, there's a little bit of details missing at the top of it, but I have some ideas, but I need to be able to test it with a full build volume, and I need something that has a build volume enough to actually helmet. Because the helmet I printed at max build volume on the Finder barely fits our smaller cat. So, and she she was not happy about me her wearing that. But I'm going to experiment using my white PLAs that I have because it's cheaper than using the Poly Smooth, because it was about twice the price, just about, maybe $10 more, something like that, for the Poly Smooth than it was for the white PLA. And so once I've mastered it on the white, I'll switch over to the Poly Smooth and I'll test it out then. Because if this works, I'll have made a new way for prop makers and costumers, cosplayers to make like sci-fi space helmets. Because you could probably do this with a regular visor like this, maybe even as wide as this. But as soon as you start going over, vase mode just But I want to do one from Elite Dangerous, and that goes all the way to here. And I found a perfect angle in order to create vase mode. I just kind of sliced the bottom off because it's two pieces anyway, a black solid here and then clear all here. So I'm on to something, I know it. So I can give back to the community. Maybe do something that's uniquely different for once. All right, cool. Something I never knew. Ooh, boy. All right. No, glad it could be of service, Caleb. I'm sure that's a weight off your mind too. Because while, okay, yes, it's working, I'm sure something in the back of your mind going, what if, you know, something goes wrong. But I mean, it gets good reviews. I've heard of Meanwell, so I don't think they shorted us on the power supply unit. Motherboard, that's a different question. All right. Here's that. Here's this. That's right. I was going to bring that a little bit more to the side. Let's kind of give you a 3/4 view. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thought so. All right. Cool thing. Now here's where the cool thing about this table comes into play. Am I too far over? Hope not. Plugs right into the side here. Oh. Okay. Well, let's crack us open some fresh PLA. Shall we? Swell. Okay, yeah, I hear that fan. I wonder if I can find a replacement fan for that. It's like ultra quiet. I know people were talking about how quiet these stepper motors are, and I was listening to what people were recording. I'm like, this kind of sounds like my Finder. I guess that's another thing. Like, I keep my Finder in my room, in my bedroom, and I keep the AC on when I have it going, but like, I can sleep as long as I turn off the little LED light it has. I'll keep this a little chill. I can sleep through the night while it's going. Put your SD card before you auto level so it will save the data. Ah, if you do a fan replacement video, I might do that as well. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. How did you find me, by the way, Caleb? If you don't mind asking, so I know where I can announce it. So I announced it a few different places. I was hoping Joel Telling might join us, give me some pointers, but he probably has a lot of things to do. Facebook group. Right on. Okay. That makes sense. Ooh, I'm sweating. Maybe do a couple more layers on this table. Protect it a little more. All right, where's that? Where did I put the SD card? Ah, there it is. Now it's face up, I believe, or rather, not face up. Contacts up. Yep, there we go. Hola. Oh, see, this one doesn't come with a handle. What do you know? I got gypped. Don't you know? Gonna knock over everything on the way. Let's go ahead and put the drawer away for now. It's over here. Oh, you got those notches there to help lift it up. That's nice. All right. Troubleshooting. Clever way to do it. Cable connection, level the platform. So, level. Oh, that's a nice... Okay, so that's good. Auto leveling. Okay. So that's going to heat up. I wonder if that camera will reach. Sorry. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Still plugged in. Okay. Okay. It's currently leveling, so let's not mess with it right now. What you missed, just the final little details, touches up, that sort of thing. But we are going to, we're letting it auto level. There we go. Give me a second. Let's lift that up a little higher. Oops. Sorry, I'm just trying a good purchase so you can really get that level of detail. Aha. You know what, maybe I can use that tape. Hold it in place. See the cable's pulling on it. Right row. Aha. Success. Oh, this is ghetto rigged. But it's not pulling anymore. I'm gonna let that go for a second. Y'all can watch the level. Oh, you can see the light turn on. That's good. Aha, better. finished. There. Sorry, I had that webcam on auto. But now you can actually see a good deal more detail. And you can see the pad. All right, so it's all been, that is very responsive. Like that. Level the platform. Preheat method 2. While you wait for the temperature to rise, hang the filament over the filament holder. See, now we have a question. See, in the Finder, there was a very specific way to do it. But, do you go over or under? I'm going to go around like that to do it. Since that's done, though, bring that back over here a bit. Oops. Too much pull. All right. And how about we rotate that a bit? There we go. So preheat methods. Prepare preheat PLA. Did it go? Is it going? I guess it's going. Okay, so it wants a 45-degree cut. In the snips. Okay. So let's load the filament. We gotta open that. Now, the Finder is a direct drive. So I've been that's another reason I got the Finder, because I heard so much issues between direct drives and Bowdens. I know Bowdens allow for a lot more ease, takes a lot of weight off the gantry and whatnot, but the way they set up the direct drive, and because of it being such a small build, that didn't cause any weight issues or any jerking issues. Oh, there's that fan going in high gear. It's not annoying. It's loud, but it's very white noise. Okay. When the current temperature is the target temperature, the consumable pass the material breakage detection and are inserted in the small hole of the extruder into the position of the nozzle. If the consumable flows out the nozzle, it means that the consumables have been loaded. Method of adjusting the tightness of the extrusion spring: arrow to right tightens, arrow to left loosens. See, in the Finder, it would actually just load it for me, in the sense of I would put it in there and the gears would take over and take it to the extruder. Ah, a little bit of a twist. No. No. Well, that's weird. Let's go in this way. Too much curve, I guess. See, I thought, why does it come up so much? It's supposed to be loose like that? Okay, now it's going through. Weird. Should we have it so low? Let's bring it up. Move. There we go. Oh, 200 Celsius. There it is. And the bed is warm too. Nice. Oh, that's another thing. The Finder didn't have a heated bed. So that caused some issues. I guess it's just going to keep going up. All right, let's let it feed. Oh, they used red filament. And that's how we know. Look at that. That's funny. So they used white in yours, and they used red in mine. Alrighty. Oops. I have two mics pointed at each other. Probably should not be doing that. Ruh-roh. There we go. That pointed that way. Okay. Loaded filament. Start printing. Let's use... Now here's the question. Do you think I could print a test print without putting anything on the build plate? Or should I get a little bit of glue stick? Oh, see, it doesn't come with any files in it? True. All right, Caleb, what slicer do you use? I think you said at one point, I just don't remember which one you said. Didn't they come out with like... Isn't Creality supposed to be like a rebranded version of Cura or something? No glue needed. Okay, that's good. See, my printer came with... Let it cool down. With test files in it already cut for it. Go for it. You have to move the files to the main directory. Okay. They put them in the folder that can't be in a... Interesting. I just used Cura. Okay. Didn't they come out with like 4.8 that fixed the... I've been reading all these issues having with like 4.7 and 4.8 fixing things. That was Cura, right? Does this have a SD reader? No, it does not. Let me get an SD reader. Yeah, the Finder, you can navigate folders. So that's a little bit different from something I'll have to get used to as well. Eight gigs, not bad. Yeah, I use 4.8, has the CR-6, they shade the build volume. Now the question is do they have a profile for the Macs? Look, there's the user manual, software and drive, troubleshooting model, here it is. CR-6 Max extrusion mechanism to install. Oh, I guess this is if I have to disassemble the extruder for whatever reason. It's nice that they include all that. Not yet, okay. So what do we do in the meantime then? Like as far, because like I said, so forgive a lot of my, I've stuck purely in Finder and I use the, was it the Flash Print, I think it's called, for the Finder, which was their own slicer system. It was a lot simpler, but it was a very like curated experience. So I had a lot more, I felt comfortable playing around in it, knowing that most anything I did was going to work out for the most part, and it almost always did. So this is definitely going from kiddie pool to deep end for me. So let's just move a model. 10150, 5050, 400 G code. What's a good pre? Can I use Cura to preview G codes? Oh, hi Jeff. You've been very quiet. Just use the CR-6 Pro. Change the. Oh, so you can change the volume. So again, with the Finder, like you set the Finder and that's the build volume. Like so, I didn't even know that was an option. That's good to know. Max size G code 3 goats. 4.8. So 4.8's in beta right now. Download the beta. So Cura 4.8, AMD 64. Okay, I have an AMD. Okay. And let's tap that download. Yeah. Okay. So when that time comes, I will change the sizes. All right. A few more seconds on the download. Let's move this up a bit. Oh, look. Now you can see me. Okay, downloaded. Next. I agree. Yeah. Okay, so I see a lot of things like open ZAE, open G code files. That's good. Open OBJ, PYL. I know what OBJs are. Let's just have them open them all because I don't really do anything else. I haven't tried modeling anything. That's probably something I eventually learn to do. I stink at modeling. Good with my hands. Good at following instructions. Good with like tweaking things that already exist, not so much creating things from scratch. There's a few things like stories, because I mean that's the filmmaker side. But even then, I really like adaptationing. So one of the things that I'm hoping to do is do a web series adaptation of Elite Dangerous. I really love the world. I think the books and everything and a lot of the background has a lot of story, but as a player, you don't get a lot of story. You don't mean very much as a player. That should be okay. Oh, install. Adafruit Industries? Arduino? Run Alt. So maybe now, oops, allow. Get started. Okay, disclaimer. Next. Help us improve. I will create an account later. Non-networked computer. So let's see. It's not an Ultimaker. So gonna be in C, right? Creality. Creality 3D. CR10, CR10 Max, CR-6 SE. Name will actually be CR-6 Max. So, printer settings. Okay, oh, I can actually set the printer settings. So, 100, 100. G-code flavor? I'm guessing that's Marlin. There's something that said as far as making sure the code is correct. I remember them saying that. The G28 code. Just so you needs to say G28, not G28 anything else. Was the volume? Okay. G28 home. Okay. Cool. Gantry height. Extruders. Extruder 1. Alright. Whew. Look big. Alright, let's see if we can open the G code now. Okay, so that's just a poll. Alright, so let's look at 50, 50, 400. Parsing G code. Okay, that's just a bigger poll. Yep, just a bigger poll. Chuan. I hope I am not butchering. That's not called Chinese. Was it called Mandarin? Some of these files, while using the Roman languages, I think are spelled in their original language. Oh, it's the Benchy. You know, I've never actually printed a Benchy. Not once. So let's do that. Let's do the Benchy. Let's move that to home. All right. Print. Chuan. There it is. And print. Is it loading it? Or do I have to preheat manually before I go? Again, with the Finder, I'm click and go, and then it starts preheating for me. No, wait. It'll automatically preheat. Preheat, it'll automatically preheat. Is it supposed to give an ETA? So again, all my preconceived notions are about the Finder, so... It does the bed first. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, because I saw the bed had turned on to 60, but that the extruder said 0 still. Go to tune on screen, okay. Bed temp, Z offset fan, LED. Oh, it has an LED. Turn that on. Oh, nice. Oh, you can actually turn the fan on and off. That's good. That's something I couldn't do with the Finder, which made it really annoying for doing PETG. Like, I could do PETG without a heated bed, but it got annoying. How stable are the columns? Really stable. Like, even without... So, you got these guys here to stabilize it even further, like you do on the CR-10. But even without it, I was, like, wiggling around. It is super stiff. You hear noises over there? Oh. Okay. But yeah, this thing is huge. Okay, nozzle temp 0, Z offset, fan. Tune. Hi. What's up? I know he's watching me from in there.
Yeah.
You seen how big this thing is?
Yeah. Kind of impressive. I wonder, hold on.
What?
An accurate scale model?
Accurate scale model?
Yep. I just found it. Okay. Accurate scale model.
I think we could print a mic. No. Oh, that is heating bed.
Oh, it's warm.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Please do not set cat on bed.
Well, how am I supposed to know? It's bigger than... I could sleep on that.
No, don't you know? I could print an almost to scale Finder. My printer in there?
Oh, so this is bigger than the other one.
Oh, bigger than the SE?
Yeah.
Yeah, way bigger. This is the Max.
He hates your film lights.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're pretty.
I mean...
Gentle.
It's impressive. It's a big boy.
Now just wait on mine to arrive. Oh, Jeff, did you get a Max as well? And you will see preheat PLA. Okay, so nozzle temp is turning on. So it turned on. So bed is to temp, and then nozzle temp. Okay. So yeah, no, I've never had to worry about the bed heating, so I never had to worry about, okay, one versus the other. I guess for power regulations, you have to do one and then the other. Slicer should have all preheats, bed and nozzle. So Jeff, there's no voltage switch on this version. Oh yeah, Jeff, we found out. So I took the plate off the bottom and I saw the model number, looked it up. Apparently it's an auto switcher. So you don't have to worry about switching 110 versus 220 or anything like that. Which, considering people ran into that issue with the SE, I approve. little bit of a curl. Hope that's okay. So I see printing time. Printing speed. Wish I had ETA on there. I know it's a small gripe, but that's software. You could probably fix that. I'm sure there's ways to do firmware updates. Touches down in the middle. Okay, I'll see what you mean. Are people like freaked out that it's gonna like break the bed or something? If it does, I'll have it proof that it's not my fault. Oh, it touches. It's a touchy boy. That's impressive. No, no, what are you doing? No, come back. No, no, no. What in the fudge knuckles are you doing there, boy? Come back here. You're dragging that along. You're gonna screw up the print, aren't you? There it goes. Now you get out of there. Oh, well, I just screwed it up. That was my fault. It was well attached there. That is just barely holding on. Well, I learned something today. Just how well these things hold to each other. Well, I still had a little bit of red left over. Ooh, I think it holds, but it... So, with the Finder, the bed is a lot more grippy. So let's try that again, shall we? It's all preheated, so this should happen a lot faster. Hopefully I won't have that same drip happen like it did before. Yeah, I didn't catch the bit of filament in time. It was already attached to the base of the benchy, so when I tried to pull it free, it just pulled the whole loop off. And I was like, well, I'm not going to start this off with a failed print that was my fault. I'm just going to abort this. Okay. Oh, yeah, sometimes you need to set the offset. I don't know, let's... Now that I took care of that, maybe if I catch it in time, shouldn't be an issue. Let's see what happens. Bed's heated, it's heating up the extruder. Only set to 200, huh? I think my, the preset for the Finder was either 210 or 215. Ugh. Quarantine here, don't care. Alright. Alright, it's about to start. It says Z offset is 0.2. No ETA will give percentage completed in time lapse. Yeah. I would like it, however. See, there it goes again. You got that little bit there. I don't like that. Let me catch that while it's still... Aha! I got you that time, didn't I? So much string. Alright, here we go. Benchy. Nozzle just looks so tiny. That's going at a good clip. CT3ZYX CT3D XYZ. How's that look? The white almost looks clear. Jeez, I don't think I need to turn on the heater. I just keep 3D printing through the night. That's looking real pretty. Oh, and that shine is right there, huh? What if that does anything? Nope. Maybe actually see some of the info there. Alright. Oh, okay, you can actually beef ingot? That really bounces the table. That looks like a clean first layer as far as I can tell. Don't know how well y'all can see. There, let's do it like that. It's looking good. I am overall happy with how it's turned out. Let's see what they got in here. Spanner, so you got a 10 and a 9. Wait, it's an 8. When will this came out? Now what? Oh, is that to clean out the nozzle? Tiny. I don't know if y'all can see that. I'm guessing this is clean out nozzles. So, comes with a stick, interestingly, and, this is a beefy boy. It's got some heft to it for being so small. It's a 6 on both sides. And of course this. Now what are you? I'm gonna want to see what's on the stick here in a second. Alright. Little packet. You have, oh, some more of those clips. 2 nozzles. Basically some extras of various sorts. Let's take a look at this packet. Was this part of the... That's right, this was part of the stretch goals. Getting some more of these guys. I need to get another one for my Finder. It's only generally about yay tall though, because it's not a all metal hot end. So 4.4s. Does it actually say on there the number? So yeah, comes with out. So pretty much just like the SE drawer, comes with pretty much the same. Curious what's on this stick though. While we benchy. Tastes like water because it is water. Alright, let's see what's in this. Oh! It's not a stick. It's a card reader. It comes with its own card reader. That's actually really thoughtful. They're like, card reader? It's not our problem. And honestly, this one's kind of falling apart. This is an old card reader. So, and that's got enough for 2. So, that explains why it comes with a USB stick. It's not a USB stick, it's a card reader. That is nice. See, I didn't see it at first because I was looking at it like this, but when I saw it from the side, ta-da! So that's nice. Top chat versus live chat. What does that even mean? So yeah, I am happy with that little bit. Oh, and it's got the magnets on the back there. Boom, makes that little lock in there. Okie dokie. Now what is... Oh, an extra one of these. Huh. Alright. I'll take that. Extra parts are always good. Yeah, that fan... It's heavy duty, but I feel like it could be quieter. I'm not sure. Well, thank you, Caleb. It's looking good so far. That first layer looked good. We learned some things. I think, given my lack of comfortability with upgrades and whatnot, I think the first upgrade I would do would be the fan. If I can find something less decibeled. Because these stepper motors are almost... They're silenter than... They're more silent than my Finder. I've always thought my Finder was pretty decent. So this is impressive. I'm almost wondering if y'all can hear it at all. I mean, considering the fact that I have noise suppression on, so anything below a certain decibel level is automatically getting cut out. So I wonder if it actually even meets that decibel threshold. Yeah, that's looking nice and crisp. All right. So, actually, yeah, let me get you that with the extruder fan is the voltage. Okay, so what's up with the extruder fan? Please tell me about that, because I don't know anything about it. While I wait for that response, I'm going to grab something to kind of tell you more, because I'm super excited about this helmet idea. I've been waiting for this to come because I've been so excited. I guess the first thing I'm going to need to get is I'm going to need to get a 0.6 nozzle for this. But hold on, let me grab. All right. So here we have a printing of the model of the helmet from Elite Dangerous. So you can kind of see, this is two different prints. The black was printed in PETG. Came out a little janky here. Probably need some better supports on it. But cleaned up decently well. So this is the easy part, obviously. I'm actually thinking when I do it, to actually do it in TPU. Because that way it'll, like, if I need to stretch it a little bit around the neck, I can, getting my head in here. But the difficult part is this. I cut out the part I didn't need. But this is vase mode. And as you can see, I managed to get it almost perfect, except here. Okay, yeah, the polymer extruder fan is a voltage. Okay, I think it's a 24 volt if I remember right, and the nocturnal replacement are 12 volt or vice versa. So what is the end result, Caleb, for the as a result of the differences? Like, what does that actually mean, I guess, application-wise, for prints and for the printer in general? Okay. So that was my only failure. If I can fix that, and if I can do this at full scale, then I can turn it, because this is 0.6 width. Or no, sorry, this was at 0.8 width. So this was 200% width, because they had the 0.4 nozzle, and I did it at 0.8. And I did this in vase mode. And it actually worked. Except for that. So yeah, if I can get this working perfectly, then I can use the Polymaker Polysmooth. This would come out perfectly clear. If I can do that, and a little bit smaller than this. This is easily printable, this whole, and this is actually, so this is actual motorcycle helmet size, and you can get a little bit smaller when you're actually doing like sci-fi helmets to have something a little bit closer to the face, because you don't need as much padding in here. Since it's just a prop and it's, you know, space helmet, all that stuff. But if I can basically do something that clear at this full head size, then I'm gonna be a happy camper. Okay, it's just a quieter fan. I think you have to add a step down voltage somehow, but that stuff is beyond me. Okay. Yeah, I think I might wait on that specific thing, but if I can find something that's, you know, same voltage, same everything for the power supply fan, it's just something that's exactly like what we have, but quieter, I think we'll have something. But yeah, so what happens is that time comes, you cut out that portion here, and you probably have to put it on in two pieces. You probably have to put this on because you have that much gap, and then you kind of slide this on top of it and lock it in place somehow. That's probably the only way I'd be able to get it to work, because this needs to be one piece. If I print it as two pieces, then you have the seam issue. And I want, it's supposed to be like this crystal clear smooth. I don't know if you ever played Elite Dangerous, but you got this crystal smooth finish there. So this is the max volume on the Finder. Both of these were. So that is the big goal with this. I'm sure there, I mean, I have plenty of other ideas of things I want to do, but this is, I think, the one that'll actually help more than just myself. It'll actually help others. So I'm stoked. Okay. So I guess check back with comments. How long notification? Dustin, got yours yesterday. Cool. Afraid of wet. I don't understand what that means. Oh yeah, I mean this is going to be long prints. Helmets are always long prints. Someone's asking where we were buying them. These are from the Kickstarter. Oh, actually. Okie dokie. So I actually haven't seen The Mandalorian yet. I've been waiting for second season. I think the idea is to get, if they still have it, the free 3-day, or free, was it 1 week or whatever, of Disney Plus. Binge all 2 seasons, and then get out. Judith messaged me on here. Beef Ingot, musician. Wesley must have fallen asleep. Oh, that's cute. All right, got a log from that. All right, Caleb, thank you for checking in with us. Have a good night. I'm probably just going to sit here watching this thing. So if anyone wants to chat, I'm here. Man, that thing is like right now. There we go. Haha. I wonder how bad I sound right now on the microphone. I can't see a thing. Can I wear Glasses I had at the time when I wore these, oh, these do not fit. I had those really thin, like wireframe glasses. These are just chonky boys. I cannot wear a helmet with these. Which means I can't drive a motorcycle with these glasses. Good to know. I would have to get different glasses or a looser helmet, and you shouldn't have a looser helmet. Or find a way to put grooves in this thing. I don't think you're supposed to do that either. What is the solution for people who wear glasses and ride motorcycles? I mean, this thing fits perfectly. It's snug the way it should be snug. I love this thing. You got the ventilation all over the place, you know, right here, and plus this. I mean, that's been awesome, especially driving during sundown. Got it right in your eyes. You don't have to switch visors. Just boom. All right, getting out is always the tricky part. Ugh, I gotta reglue this in. Whew. This helmet's seen better days. It served me well. Whew. Alright, let's actually be able to see. I'm not seeing... I'm gonna go look over at the thing, because Judith's saying she's commenting, and I'm not seeing it.
Alright, I got a bone to pick with you.
What's up? You see?
Look, that's like the 4th time I've commented.
Look. Come look for yourself.
Your people don't want me in frame for this.
But do you see? Not showing up.
Hi. Hello. Let me open this. Like, I even got off of Wi-Fi so you could do your thing.
See? You're not... Leslie's showing up.
That's
way up here.
weird. What if they don't want girls to be able to comment in 3D printing live streams?
YouTube doesn't care that much. They only care about people from China who are female.
Is it still going?
Yeah.
But I'm not there.
Oh, no, this is delayed.
By how much?
I don't know. If you want to see yourself in real time, you just look over there at this.
I don't want to see myself. I look horrible. So this is it.
Yep.
This is what we waited for.
Mm-hmm. Now remember me talking about size of helmets? And then this is bigger than it needs to be, right?
Okay. So if it can fit within the frame, it can print.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
you might want to explain to the people that I have no, like, my knowledge of 3D printing is very limited. Wait, are you printing that tugboat?
Yep, the Benchy.
Yeah.
It's my first time printing it, actually.
You're gonna print... You're gonna print it that small? Why didn't you make a bigger one?
No, that's the standard size Benchy.
Oh, so there's like a standard?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Remember
I wonder how big of a bench you
the
could print.
benchmark? 400 millimeters. Actually, technically, if you go diagonally, you could probably get about 500 millimeters at least.
Could you print a benchy big enough for me to put it on my desk and let the cats sit in it?
I mean, there's not really a place for it to sit, but if you like...
No, like, if you printed it big enough, and then, like, you made, like, a little cushion for it.
Probably not in that sense. Like, you could create a little divot in it for a bowl for them to sit in that sense.
I wonder
but...
if you can print a cat bed. Like, I've seen people print all kinds of weird stuff. Because
I
now
mean-
that you look at, like, 3D printing stuff, I feel like my phone hears us talking about it, and it started popping up. They 3D print plant pots.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
they do, like, those triangle, like,
Yes,
3
yes.
out ones, so you can actually stack them in rows. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
No,
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so the ones that I've been seeing, it's people 3D printing Pokemon plant pots. Like, it's a Bulbasaur, and you can, like, put a plant in its back.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Or the Oddish,
Yeah.
you can put, like, a little, like, snake plant in it or something.
So,
Ooh, I just saw myself on the screen.
I was actually driving by a company today, and it made me think of, you know how you can, like, hybridize Pokemon? Like, have you seen that
Sure.
meme?
Okay.
So, like, you take a Psyduck and a Torchic. You can
Birds
call...
of a feather do not flock together
No,
that
no, no, no.
way.
And it's like, just call me Psychick. And like, isn't that just psychic? PSY.
Are you breathing in some of these fumes?
No, no, no. Listen to this.
Are you breathing in some of
PSY,
these fumes?
Psyduck, PSY.
I
Psyduck.
know. I
Chick.
get the joke. I get it.
But that's how you spell psychic.
I know. I got the joke.
My dad joke. Pokemon dad jokes.
I just think that you're breathing. Actually, has anyone ever done studies to see if this stuff, like, makes fumes or anything?
I mean, kind of, yes. But in well-ventilated areas, PLA specifically is okay.
This is not well ventilated. I
You
want to
got
go
AC?
on record.
Yeah.
AC is not standard for well ventilation.
Very large. I mean, we have a huge space for air to circulate. So the parts per million are going to be like versus a bedroom. And this is going to go in my bedroom.
But you do print in the bedroom.
Yes,
That's
and
the
it's fine.
problem.
They're saying that certain people have
Like,
sensitivities,
I
but
want
some
you
people
to
don't.
understand. He has, what is it called? The red one.
Oh yeah, the Finder. I've been talking about that all night.
Okay, so he has that, right? And he's had that for a couple of years now. That was my ASMR. That was me going to bed, and it would be like maybe 6 feet away from the bed, and he would just let it print all night long. And this was his argument: was, oh, we have AC, we have a fan, it's all ventilated. Oh, it's not that loud. Meanwhile,
Actually,
every so often you
they
hear a
stepper
little
motors-
scratch,
Well,
and
that's usually from this. That
all I remember was
Yeah, that's
that.
this.
It was
So I
a
use.
waterfall full of cats running away simultaneously all
So-
at the same time.
I had Amazon sample PLAs, which means they came unspooled, and so when I had the spool sitting in the back there, sometimes they get bunched and then release, kind of like a slinky, and so it made that slinky sound as it came apart.
Okay, so first of all, this seems super thick. Like, why is it thin here and then it gets thick here?
Oh no, it's going inside of that.
Oh. Next question. This is moving, like, way more controlled than it usually does. I'm just pointing out differences that I know.
You don't
knowing
usually
absolutely
see
nothing
this
about
because it
3D
usually goes in the back.
printing. Okay. I mean, it looks pretty, like, intense.
It is. There's
So
a
when
few
am
things.
I getting those awesome cosplay props you've been hyping me on for weeks now?
I can get on that too. I was just telling them about my helmet plans.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and check this out.
Check what out. It has a little storage drawer?
Yeah. Comes with all the little things you need.
Oh, it came with this?
Yeah.
Wait. They make spatulas for this?
Well, technically, if you notice, that's an art spatula, the number on there.
Yeah.
So, but you can use it too.
So you don't have to use a glue stick anymore.
I would probably do it with things like PETG, but apparently, this bed is decent enough that you don't need it.
Now, why could I not put the cat on this?
Okay. See that side?
Uh-huh.
It says 200.
Uh-huh.
That is the centigrade temperature of the extruder. Now, you see the one next to it?
That's what my showers start at.
No. So you see that you would melt before plastic melts. That is the melting point
I
in
don't
plastic.
know. It's different for women.
Actually, melting point's closer to 180 or something.
It's different for women in the shower.
Anyway, second one.
We like to scorch our souls.
See that second one? What's that number say?
60 degrees.
Hey computer, what's 60 centigrades in Fahrenheit? Did it hear me?
No, but that's okay. That's okay. You could just tell me it's wicked hot. You could just tell me it's
Computer.
wicked hot.
What is 60 centigrades in Celsius? Or no, I'm sorry. I was saying centigrade. Computer, stop. I'm saying it wrong. Okay. Centigrades. What am I doing? Okay.
See, it's the fumes.
Computer. I'm tired. 60 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit. So that bed is
Sweetie.
140 degrees.
You do realize that I cook a lot, and I do sous vide, and I do baking, and I follow Gordon Ramsay a lot, because he's one of my favorite chefs. So all this ultimately means I know how to use the imperial system.
Okay, but there are people out there who don't, so it's also for them too.
If they're on this stream, then they know all of this.
No, they could be learning just like me. Wesley was on here. He doesn't know.
Does Wesley count? Do I count when we watch your stuff?
Anyone who watches and wants to
I'm
learn.
a supporter of this. If for no other reason, finding out all the really weird, random, interesting stuff you can print with one is kind of cool.
I like that lamp from IKEA. The transforming lamp.
I still want to see you do that lion that I saw. Like the first 3D printing video I ever saw, they printed this lion, and you had to like cut it out of a cylinder, and then you had to like take a hairdryer to it.
So the cylinder part of it's kind of, anyway. But yeah, that's the lion's main benchy basically, because that tests its ability to then be post-processed into that. Yeah. Because that poof ball is not, it's like that's how you have to print it, and then you heat it to do that. And oftentimes people do it with like wood PLA and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So how long? So does this print faster than the other one?
I think it can reach up to speeds faster, but the higher speeds can cause like quality issues.
Yeah.
Well, not even necessarily failures, but it definitely can cause quality issues. Now, here's what's nice. This was thinking, oh, okay, I got to use my, because it came with a card. I got to use my card reader. And I open this and I look, oh, why does it come with a USB stick? That's weird. Except,
that's dope.
It comes with a card reader.
Mm-hmm. Can I go to bed now?
Yeah.
It's cool. I was really excited because you've been hyping this thing up, but I don't know. Show me the benchy later. See, that's the thing, is he starts the process, and then all I know is that I wake up like 1 to 3 days later, and I get these neat little... It depends. If there was a failure, at some point, I get the failure pieces, and I wake up with ballerinas missing arms and legs next to me on my nightstand. But then, like, I'll wake up and there will be a whole little pile of 3D printed roses in all sorts of different, like, colors and shapes and patterns. And it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. I've never had a guy hand me a bouquet of 3D printed roses.
I'm special like that. Everywhere, we see them there. We stop and stare at patterns. I don't care. I must declare I've got a flair for patterns.
And that's my cue to leave. Good night, Christopher. Good night, Christopher's stream. Good night, Creality.
On my hair, the clothes I wear, my savoir-faire is patterns. All I see are patterns, the patterns that repeat. I like Weird Al. Time to start throwing away the plastic into recycling. Woo! Now, what is this noise I'm hearing? Y'all hear that knocking? trying to isolate where that sound's coming from. That's coming from here. This is clicking for some reason. Anyone know anything about that? Huh. Let's go into the bathroom. No, we're in a room where you expect a bath. Usually you're here for a shower or a bath. Take a look at the floor, and if you're kind of smart, you see that the patterns are like geometric art. Ladies and gentlemen, the Weird Al polka dancers! Here they are! That's a lot of clicking. I am not a fan of that. There it is. The CR-6 Max, and it started making a clicking noise here. I have no idea why. Y'all have any answers for that? I think I'll post that to the Creality group page later. Hey, is anyone chatting in? 'Cause I'm not seeing any chat come up, and Judith tried chatting earlier. She could not, for some reason, get through, and I do not know why. $11:06. Still going. Yeah, it's gotta be coming from there. Ooh, heck, it's hot. Oh, and to show you can print TPU on a Finder, this is it. I made a pentagonal hexacantahedron. And it's a bouncy ball. Not very bouncy, but it bounces. It would probably have to be far less more structure to really get any good squeeze out of it to allow it to bounce. Huh. But got about an hour left. And then it will be my birthday. And I kind of want to go till then. Not going to necessarily expect everyone to stick around. Yeah, I'm still not seeing Judith. Weird. Alrighty. I'm gonna kill everything. Alright. Has it blocked all of the dialogue or something? No, here we go. A buck converter to the appropriate voltage would be needed. 24 burns out in a 12-volt fan. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be messing with any of that anytime soon. Whoops. Have some of this. Mom got me a little birthday present. Oh. Woo. That is a strong Judith, if you're watching. Birthday card, mug, ichthys. Put that there for now. See, sometimes that knocking sound sounds like it's coming from here. Ooh, resin dice and metal casting. Oh, our feet are hot. Letting some friends know. What's going on with the printer. That's coming along. See, now it sounds like it's this entire... Like, did I make it too tight? Is that why it's clicking like that? Yeah, this is gonna bother me. I'm gonna have to find the solution to that. And it doesn't seem to be related to the changing of directions, but rather specifically like it's running across a certain spot. So that is a bit weird. I'm gonna sit up a little bit so I'm too short. Now, probably the first time it's happened in a while is that I got freaking something like 8 likes. I said 2, but I'm only seeing 1. Oh, he got 23 likes. Still, that's more activity on a single tweet than I've ever had. Helps, I guess, when you tweet at people. No, the quote tweet from Joel is what did it. So I'm gonna try and learn more about live streaming now while this is going. Here we go. Concurrent viewers 4. See, now it's saying 4. It's saying 3 earlier. I had up to 9 at any one point. Stream health 76. I wonder what that means. Just wonder what's going on. Three concurrent viewers. Excellent connection, that's good. It's just weird that she couldn't comment, or like she saw the comment, but she doesn't show up in my feed anywhere. See, what I'm hoping for is that this is kind of its own ASMR. Hello, Cora. Oh, come here. Come here, baby. Oh, hi, Mike. I didn't know you were down there. I have all the kitties around. Kitty. Look at that, Cora. It's big. You could fit on that. Huh. Said I had excellent. This upload is janky. It's all over the place whether it's smooth or not. Bye, Cora. Hey, Mike. You want to hang down there? Open widget. What does that mean? Stream health. Saying poor. He said it was healthy a second ago. Stream is healthy. I don't know what's up. Paybacks. I mean, this is kind of cool. Learning some things Extreme health. So that's playback. Extreme health is its own thing. Excellent connection. So, I just read standing ovation, which I know exactly what it means. But my brain, because I'm tired, decides standing ovation is standard ovation. Well, ovation makes no sense if it's not a standing one. So standard ovation is about something someone really likes, obviously means that it's their way of saying that they're very excited by talking about their ovaries. What is wrong with me? That's how my brain do, I guess. Feed is busy for a Friday night. That click is really annoying me though. That is the weirdest stuff I've ever seen. fractal cucumber. Nope, everyone's dropped off. Russian Mars colonization program. That's a plot twist. I did not see that coming. 1.4 million views. That's pretty good. Sorry, I'm not very entertaining. Just kind of letting this go. Happy birthday from Defensive Driving. Oh, that's lovely. Go ahead and post about this. Maybe an after sale. Click has kind of died down a bit. Back to 2 concurrent. Weird, I thought I went to 0. Alright. I am posting about the click on, so I don't know if you've seen or not, but the Max and the SE, they started a CR-6 SE after sale Facebook group so that they can deal with people who have like questions, technical issues, basically, yeah, all that after sale stuff. All the technical issues that people are having, mostly with the SEs, because that was the majority of the prints. Enjoying the plastic core, but you know, for us, what, 600 something people that got the max, you know, we can use it too, of course. Wish there was a way to see who. Participants, what's that? I only see me. Oh, timestamps, there we go. Alright, 11:43. It'll be my birthday in 17 minutes. Nope, we're getting low on the power here. 15%. I'm going to grab the power cord for my laptop. Has the clicking finally died off? Still posting the video. See, I got the printer plugged in on one side, laptop plugged in on the other. Are you serious? Only 13% done? I've never printed the Benchy before. I didn't know it was so, took so long to do. If anyone's still here and is try to leave a chat, a little message, because I haven't seen anything since Beef Ingot. So if you tried to send something, I've not seen anything since 11/12. I saw Caleb, I saw Beef, and that's it. I know Judith tried to post earlier, and I didn't see it on that computer, or anywhere else. So I don't know what's going on. You earned a badge? Sit up a little more. Let's take a look. It's looking nice. It may be actually printing nicer than my Finder. Anyone know anything about badges from groups? Because apparently I have one. I'm really sorry if someone's trying to post. Let me try refreshing. Is the badge for just a new member? Because everyone's a new member. I'm really curious about this. I'm gonna look it up. Let me get off of Wi-Fi. Hey Corey, you wanna come up? Wait. There you go. Welcome. Kitties on YouTube do well. Never mind. Concurrent viewers 0. Apparently my feed slowed down quite a bit. No wait, 2. Now I'm confused. 3. 2, 3. 3, sir. 1, 2, 5. 3, sir. 3. So let's see. Let's find out about these badges. Thank you, Corey, smooching me. Oh, okay, okay. I think I see you, go to the group, click on you, new member, founding member. Oh, okay. That's where the badges are. So what's the badge list? Badges list. Hello. We're just letting the benchy go. I think click may have worn itself out. I don't know if that's good or bad. You settling in, Cora? Right on the lap there? Maybe I should look up about that. Admin moderator, new member, group anniversary, conversation start, founding member. New member, group anniversary, concert, conversation starter. Visual storyteller, greeter, link curator. Rising star. Oh, you have to have 50 members to get badges. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. That lost me viewers, right? Badgers? We don't need no stinking badgers. Seven minutes. And this print is 15% done after an hour and a half. Why? I thought benches don't take that long. That's actually a... Oh! How big are benchies normally? Okay, Google. Benchy size. Why do I get the feeling that this benchy is way bigger than your standard benchy? Like, it looks small on the build plate, but I am pretty sure this is way bigger. And I'd go get a measuring tape, but Cora is on my lap now, so I'm kind of stuck here. Till my legs fall asleep, I am good. And I am loving how big this build plus volume is. Just all the things I want to accomplish just come to mind. Should probably look into the Creality nozzle. Huh. Black Friday sales, okay. The Ender 3 is only 150 bucks? That's not bad. Ender 3 Pro, it's 200. That was also cheaper than the Finder. Ender 5, it's 300. CR-10, 520. CR-6 SE, 399. Ender 5. Oh, okay. I guess that's more for ABS. These enclosed ones. Honestly, I'd probably just make my own enclosure. But what I need are accessories. CR-10S. Huh. Okay. Accessories. What I'm hoping is that they'll have a PEI sheet of this stuff, something magnetic in that size at some point. I don't know. What do y'all think of this 3-camera setup? Do you think it kind of gets all the angles you're wanting? Displays, fans, support rods, power supply, bearings, enclosures, all. Hot ends. No, wait. No, just nozzles. Let's look at the hot end. Maybe the nozzles are in there. Oh yeah, there it is. Hot end. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. And 1. Hello everybody. We're just printing apparently a very large 3D benchy. Werner Herzog issues stark warning to Elon Musk. That's weird. Makers of Grow Your Own Human Steaks say meal kit is not technically cannibalism. Weird. Fossil galaxy buried deep within the Milky Way. Okay. Windows turns 35. Oh no, I lost everyone. Did it just die for a second? What you doing over there? We're getting a Deadpool 3, huh? Okay. Come on, man. What's going on with this video? Okay. 3D Benchy. Does anyone know the 3D Benchy normal dimensions? I see the total size. OBS reconnection successful? Oh. Well, that was weird. You drop a lot of frames. Okay. Now that I'm up, I'm gonna go. I'm sorry for it. I'm gonna go sit in the left there, okay? It's pretty warm today, actually. It's been like very cold the last couple of nights. But let me go get measuring tape. this got rolled back the wrong way. So let's try metric side. This should be 6 centimeters. And that is way more than 6 centimeters. This is going to end up being like 11 centimeters long. This is a mega benchy. Okay. Whoops. No wonder it takes so much longer. Oh. Well, that explains some things. What's up with my connection? I have a feeling that I should no longer be uploading in 720, but staying at, or in 1080, but staying at 720. Because my upload health is just all over the place. And I think it has something to do with... Oh, hey, Charles. Well, you have it printing. Yep. Been at it for the past couple of hours. It is now the 21st. It's my birthday. And so, yeah, this... this should have technically already finished, I think. But the file that it came with was my first time printing a Benchy, and what I didn't realize was that they upscaled this Benchy by like almost double. Maybe double. Because this is a gigantic printer. So it's only 17% in, and it's been an hour and 45 minutes. Oh, thank you, Charles. I am now 38, and very sad about that. But yeah, I managed to get it together. I was worried about a couple different things. Like, apparently there was some issues with so the smaller version is called the CR-6 SE. This is called the CR-6 Max. And, oh, you know what? That's not a problem. It's not a problem at all, Henry. Just sorry for the connection issues. I don't know why it keeps saying that it goes between excellent health and errors, not getting good smooth streaming. I don't know what's going on. I've got a good codec going. I've got it down to 30 frames per second. Only doing 1080, so it shouldn't be that bad. I mean, so here's the thing. It is huge. But the footprint of it in total compared to its build plate size is actually impressively, compact. My Flashforge Finder had a 140 millimeter build plate squared. Build volume is, squared. And, that's yay wide, approximately. And the plate's a little bit bigger than that. But the build volume, because I guess the way the head worked, is couldn't reach that far. But then there was a big old gap, and the actual box is just outside of that. Like, I could actually print almost perfectly to scale, like 95% scale of the Flashforge Finder on this build plate. I did click ultra low on the settings, but I've not had a lot of experience with live streaming. This is, I think, my first time actually live streaming on YouTube. I'm usually on Twitch for doing the board games. Oh, thank you, Henry. So as far as build plate to total footprint ratio, it's actually really good. There's some people who want less footprint, and they'll move the filament to the top. But I like it here on the side. So, yeah, once you actually move all this stuff away from there, Yeah, the normal Benchy I found out is supposed to be 60 millimeters long, and this is probably going to end up being twice that, so 120 millimeters. They don't have something between low and ultra low. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still learning. I even set it up on my nice computer so I could be using the hardware acceleration for that. So I think in my case, it must be my upload speeds are janky and inconsistent. If you've got a 3D printer, I don't think that extra bit is going to kill you. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, not a lot of people have room for this kind of thing. But considering what I'm wanting to make, especially with the helmet thing and trying to develop it clear, I definitely need this footprint. I think it was only either 25 or 3500. It was below the suggested. They were saying to set bitrate to like 4500, but I was setting it to like, I think it automatically tried to set it to 25 and I changed it to 35 because originally it wanted to, because I record sometimes at 4K, so I had to change it because I started streaming and it was like set to 2500 bit rate and it was like 4K at 60 frames and it was like freaking out. I was like, oh no, down to 180, 1080, down to 30 frames at like 3500 bit rate, and sometimes it's great, sometimes it's excellent. 8 megabits. So what is that? Yeah. So Ender 5 versus this. So a lot of the stuff that was keeping me away from DIY, kind of having to do a lot of this stuff. Hey, you two get along. Sorry, my cats. I'm really bad, and I'm not so much of a DIYer compared to, like, say, Charles or a lot of the folks that deal with 3D printers in total. My first printer, had the... It's like BL Touch, but it had it built in. It was a lot smaller footprint in there, and it just kind of came down, did its thing, went back up. So bed leveling. So this one having the auto bed leveling, where I don't even mess with anything, it just hits its little dots and does everything for me. I was like, that was a big thing. Yeah. Loud stepper. So yeah, I didn't want loud stuff. I didn't want something that was very like, okay, we're going to give you the bare minimum stuff and then let you upgrade. I am willing to pay just a little bit extra to have all those upgrades that are like make it a good quality print already on there. Oh yeah, so my plan is to actually build a life-size version of this. This is the helmet from Elite Dangerous. I printed... This was PLA, this was PETG. That's what I did on my Flashforge Finder, but this was max build volume that we had. This is the easy part. This was done in vase mode and came out almost perfectly after I did some tweaking. I need to figure out this and market motherboard so you can support linear advance if you want. Right on. Okay. But the idea is if I can figure this out in full size and then print this in Polymaker Polysmooth, I can turn this crystal clear and have an actual space helmet. What is here like... Oh, that must have been the board. I thought... It made a whistle sound because it moved fast, and it sounded exactly like R2 for a second. That threw me completely off. But yeah, I can't afford to get the CR-6 30. I'm sorry, was it the C30? CR30? Yeah, CR30. Yeah, CR30. Because I'd love to do some like sci-fi rifles and swords and stuff like that. So, but this build volume will allow for larger prints, though, so I don't have to do as many pieces. I can't do it a single piece or like two side pieces and glue them. Yeah, I can't do that. Like I can with the CR30, but I can accomplish pretty much everything that I can ever want to accomplish with this build size. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's really weird though. See, sometimes it says 6 concurrent viewers, sometimes it says 0 at the same time. But yeah, the touchscreen setup, I was really happy about that because I saw a lot of those a lot more technical ones that are just like very bare bones. I'm hoping in some updates they add an ETA on here because right now they have printed time and percent done, but not like an estimated time. That's something I got used to with the Finder. The stepper motors are even quieter than the ones on my Finder. I thought the Finder was pretty quiet. The loudest thing in this is the power supply fan. And it's loud, but it's more like white noise loud. So it's acceptable, but at some point I'm kind of curious if I can upgrade that to a quieter one. Because then it would be just super quiet. So the trick is that it will not do it. It won't do perfectly smooth if it's just a normal print. So like more than one wall, infill, anything like that, no. It'll make it real smooth on the outside and then it'll be like frosty on the inside. There's a video out there. Okay. It's by... If you go look them up, the 3D Print General, transparent 3D prints. He goes over what it takes. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know why it goes to 0. But then Judith couldn't actually like she was trying to post in the chat from her room and it wasn't coming through. Like she saw it on her, no one else did. The trick is vase mode. Has to be vase mode. So that way it's a single wall, no infill, anything like that. If you do it in vase mode and you, instead of trying to do like the mister or anything like they have that machine you can buy for it, if you just literally spritz it on there, the isopropyl alcohol on inside and out, treat it, wipe it off, it will actually be crystal clear. And those videos will actually show you how to do that. The trick is printing this in vase mode. That's the thing that I'm trying to hack to be able to accomplish. Because I am fairly certain that if I can get this working at a human head size in vase mode and then try it with the poly smooth, I bet you I can get at least clear enough that you can look through it and you can see the person very clearly. There might be a little bit of warping, so it's not crystal clear like the way you would with a glass visor, but close enough so that people would have a completely new way to make sci-fi visors. But in the end of the day, when you're talking about props and costumes, distortion, a certain percentage of distortion is acceptable. if you're trying to create something that is functional as far as for anything other than props and costumes cosplay, that's something else entirely. From what I understand, yes, it does run Marlin. When I set up Cura 4.8, people were saying because there's not a max profile for it, to just use the CR-6 SE and change just the build volume. And when I was looking over the stats, it said Marlin on there. So click top chat and switch to live chat on messages. So yeah, I tried that too. I did try the live chat, and I also right now I'm in the analysis mode, which is automatically does live chat, so you see all messages. There's not a top chat option in here. So the top chat is only available for like what everybody else sees. Is make a video succeed? Yes, that's the idea. I want to get that out there. Like I want to get it out to like the cosplayer community. I'd love for someone like Adam Savage or let's see. Scott? Does Scott's firmware support this printer? I don't know anything about that. Probably. I'm hoping they update the firmware though, just so that it'll show the ETA. That's kind of my only gripe so far. It's very responsive. I'm very happy with the actual like hardware element of it. Screen looks great. Touch looks great. But yeah, so like Punished props. I'd love for them to get their hands on what I find if this ends up succeeding. You know, especially for like low-end filmmakers, this could provide a whole new way to create custom, specialized helmets for like various modern or sci-fi needs. You don't have to worry about having a vacuum form because those can be complicated and tricky, and oftentimes with vacuum form you can't do this shape unless you do it in two pieces, and if you do it in two pieces you have a seam, and while you can kind of hide the seam, there are some gaps here. So allow all messages versus censor some messages. I'd have to look, because, and I'll have her try later, but it was really weird, because like Wesley was in the other room, and he was checking this out from his bedroom before he went to sleep, and he got through fine. So I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive and figure out what's happening. The CR-6. Well, I mean, this is a CR-6. It's just a max. This uses the same screen for the 6 versus the SE versus the max. The funny thing is that a lot of the issues with the SE seems to be fixed with this. Like another guy that checked in here earlier, you know, the whole issue with the gumminess and the issue with the switch on the SE seems to be where you're using a different switch for the max. You know, it's the 4-pin instead of the 3-pin like you're supposed to. I ordered one anyway because I like green, and so I got a green lit up one from the same brand, the same model that everyone's getting on DigiKey. I got it anyway. I ordered it ahead of time, but it seems to that issue's been fixed. The power supply is in the middle. You can't access it all. I actually had to take off the panel earlier because the whole thing that people were worried about is, you know, switching between 220 and 110. Because sometimes some people will be in one area and need the other, and it got automatically, you know, it was different than it needed to be, and they didn't check before they plugged it in and started getting going. But this power supply is an auto switch. Well, I mean, yeah. So with the firm, I think they're gonna be going this for a while because this is kind of their. The idea of this one was supposed to be the SE and the as far as the SE and the Max goes, um, the SE and the Max is supposed to be like their luxury line. I think is the idea. So I think they'll be working on this for a while. The censoring the messages. I don't know. I'll have to look. I know, like I have a bot. Thankfully, like Nightbot, I think I call it for when I'm on Twitch, and apparently, like when I was streaming Munchkin Dungeon earlier today and yesterday, like 3 or 4 different bots, I guess, tried to come in as profiles and try to message links, and it blocked the links. I didn't even get to see what the links were, but it left a little message saying this person's been banned for 5 seconds, or silenced or whatever, and then that link has been removed. I'm like, got removed before I even saw it. See, it's funny. I had to get this far into things before realizing that this Benchy was too big, because this is actually my first time printing a Benchy. Like, I didn't print a Benchy with my Flashforge Finder. In fact, it's like I found out about Benchies afterwards, but it was already I was already printing stuff at that point. Kind of was like, I don't need to print a Benchy. There it goes, not being smooth again. I mean, it looks like it's smooth, but they're saying it's not. The funny thing is that glitch that's happening with the webcam on the bottom left, that's not on purpose. Like, it looks cool and everything, like it gives me a little edginess to it. That's not on purpose. This is, I was trying to find some sort of equivalency to the C920 because the C910s suck. And the C920s are being jacked to 3 or 4 times their normal cost because of COVID. So I found this like Chinese knockoff. It has actually a wider field of view than the normal C920. Problem is that it just does that jankiness ever so often. But given the frame that I gave it, that kind of like Fallout sort of sci-fi look, that glitch almost seems like it's an effect I have. I put on there. Honestly, this is kind of hypnotizing. It's funny, y'all came in just after this whole thing just stopped making its noise. I forget if it's this side or if it was the stepper motor back there, but it was making this clicking noise. And it wasn't doing it each time it stopped and changed direction. It was like it was running over a spot and clicking. And I took a video of it. And it was going for like half an hour or so, maybe an hour. And then it just stopped clicking now. I'm not complaining, that's for sure. But I just thought that was really weird. And I'm very happy that Joel Telling oh, they already responded about the click, but the click went away. But it might come back, so it's always good to know. And I will respond to them later. They want my backer number and serial number on this thing, and I am not sure. I guess that's the serial number there. I'll get to them later. But this is kind of its own. I don't even know if y'all can hear. I'm pretty sure you can't hear the stepper motors, because I do have a noise suppression filter. Yeah, so, but I'm curious. You mean like one of these wheels here? It's possible that I left it too tight. So I was trying to adjust to make everything kind of the same. Because I saw some people having issues where they have two of them and it might be different, like with here and here, for example, different tightnesses. So I was trying to get it equal. Did it just start back up? Certainly hope not. Oh, what was I saying? Totally lost my train of thought. I totally lost my. It has been a long day. I've been going since like 7 a.m. My second stream. Pick up turkey. We're gonna have our little mini us Thanksgiving. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I was curious if y'all could even hear, because the fan for the power supply is the loudest part. I was curious if y'all could even hear the fan, because I'm using shotgun mics, and they're pointed here, plus the noise suppression, so you probably can't hear them. I'm gonna have to double check this feed like later when I go check it out, so I want to see just how bad it is, how many drop frames I'm getting. But considering how easy it was to get to the power supply, and it was a well-known one. Let's see, I looked it up on Amazon. Let's see, my account, let's find my history. Because Charles, if you're still here, you could probably... So, this particular one shipped on October 28th. I got it today, so that's 23 days shipping. which apparently is faster than most, but I think they were kind of sorting out the kinks in that system. Browsing history, here it is. There it is, the Meanwell. With the RSP 524. And me not being a tech geek actually recognized the Meanwell. As a brand anyway, so it seems to get good good reviews. So as far as I can tell, it looks like they basically they dealt with a lot of the issues that this SE had with the Max. But yeah, I'll definitely post a video. I know I kind of ranted off for a while, but I'll definitely post a video with my findings on the final results. But anyway, let's see. Still like this drawer. That was a clever little thing. This is the first time I've had something like this for dealing with the nozzles. So that's kind of nice. Had all sorts of little doohickeys. Hello, my Aryan. Judith's been playing BTS all day because their new album dropped. So now I got stuck in my head. Oh, it's starting to get somewhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to end up being 120 millimeters. Oh. But yeah, all the excitement was earlier as I tried to figure out how to assemble this thing. Now I'm just sitting back and relaxing, enjoying what I can of the beginning of my birthday before I have to go to work during the day. So boo on that. It's funny because of quarantining one of my two jobs, so my weekday job Monday through Friday. I haven't had that since like February. But every weekend I do my essential employee thing, and birthday falls on a Saturday. So pretty much doing videos and taking care of family has been my job on the weekend or on the weekdays. So I streamed earlier today with the last of the Munchkin Dungeon playthrough. turkey. That took several hours. And then this. We've been going on this since, I think, about 8 Central Time. So it's been 4.5 hours. Jeez. Okay, so you're in Canada. Yeah, the people in LA apparently got it first because they were right by the port. And then a couple days later is when I got mine. But I guess yours has to go across the border. Have you seen others putting the other one? Yeah. Yeah, past couple days I've been watching more people, and I'm like, I wanted to get it out there first. Someone's going to create a video before me. Oh, no. See, you say that, but my very first and my only other printer was the Flashforge Finder. It came fully assembled. It's basically a little cube. Kind of. I mean, it's nice that it came just in time for my birthday. Happy birthday to me in that sense. To myself. Judith got me some board game about filmmaking, but it doesn't come for a little while. But that was supposed to be my birthday present. And Mom got me some cookies and sweets. Is there something else in there? Or is it just this creating that clank noise? Okay, it's this. This is a hard candy. Oh, and a little card. She got me a card. But I'm mostly just excited too because I really want this thing to turn out. I really want this helmet thing to turn out. And I got as far as I could with trying to figure out with that small build plate. That Finder is 140 millimeters cube. But I had to wait till this. So now I can finally get started on that. So I'm gonna start with I got plenty of white PLA. I'm a master on white PLA, and then I've got the spool of the clear poly smooth. Since that's way more expensive than regular PLA. Oh, I think everything's oof. That's right. I gotta clean up the kitchen after this. Last because they ship LA, Ontario, Toronto, yeah, Vancouver. I was on a big loop around the continent. Right? Yes, I was sitting here like, they said, by max, you will reach it like at the end of December. I'm like, no, I don't want to wait that long. It got shipped out. Why can't I get it for my birthday? And I ended up doing that, so hooray that it worked out. Especially with as much as people have been complaining about how long it took them to get theirs. Let's just put this in my pocket. Well, what you can do, if you want to check back like in the beginning there, you can kind of see some of the tricks I did in case, like, there's something there you want to, like, oh, I don't know the answer to this, or might have some answers in there. Because I know the other guy who had the Max, like, he couldn't find the switch, so he was all worried about his messing up. So I had taken it apart to find that the PSU was an automatic switch. So maybe it can be here as a tool for when your turn comes. One thing we didn't get, though, we didn't get a handle. Yes, he got a handle. Got gypped. Did it follow? Okay. That's right, I was gonna look at hot ends. Probably don't need a 0.2. What I'd like is like, I need a 0.6 for sure. Because what I'm thinking is try to do vase mode at 1mm extrusion width. So I should probably get a 0.6 for that. If that doesn't seem wide enough when I try it out, I might need a 0.8 and do a 1.2mm. No, that's right. Okay, so because this was 0.8, so 1mm extrusion width on a 0.6, or a 1.2 on a 0.8. Yeah, actually, that's kind of true. I was trying to move it around and push it to the side earlier. I was like, all right, which side do I put it on? I'm like, oh, really does handle me. I feel attacked. Nozzle accuracy. Okay, so 0.6. I don't need 5 of them, though. How about the... Right. 0.8. They don't have hardened nozzles on here? I'm guessing y'all deal with other Creality printers. What kind of brand do y'all go for like the hardened nozzles? Or should I bother with hardened until I get an all metal hot end? Like, does it matter? Because I'm thinking hardened for things that are a little bit more rough on it, like nylon or something. Or worse yet, carbon fiber nylon or carbon fiber PLA. I don't know, I'll have to think about that. Love how the extruder is just like right in front of the... That was just bad placement on my part. It's like... Hello, my Aryan. I wonder how it would work to 3D print dice. See, I was barely set up enough just to get the max. Because, like, we were thinking, oh, the SE, like, before they announced the max, I was all like, harden and tungsten, nice. Can we still get the nozzle kit? Is that, like, a thing that's still available? Or was that only for the Kickstarter? Curious if it would come out balanced if you 3D printed dice. Oh, that's what I was thinking. That, yeah, because at the time we were like sitting there looking at the SE and like, this sounds like a really good deal, and the build volume's not great, but you know, it has really nice features and it's got all those upgrades already attached to it, and it's a decent price. So it's a slight, you know, it's an upgrade, almost twice the build volume of my tiny little Finder. So let's do that. And then they announced the max, and I'm like, this is the build volume I need. It was like, oh my god, it's so expensive. So we kind of had to adjust our finances just to kind of like invest in getting the max itself. So if I get it 410, will I just have to like cut it down? Like, is that something that would be even safe to do or is possible to do? Because this is supposed to be what, 400, right? Or is this bigger, just bigger than 400? Oh no, wait. It is technically 42 centimeters. Yes, please. I would like that link. But I'd like to take a look at it, just keep it in mind, if anything, with the PEI sheet as well. I don't know if you put that in chat or if you put that in like the comments below or something. I'm not sure how that works. Because I know I'm thinking of wanting to work with PLA, PETG, maybe PC. I've heard good things about PC. Wanting to work with nylon, and I'm definitely going to need a dry box for that, though. Carbon fiber nylon. Especially if I start getting to like hard-hitting props like swords and stuff like that. I don't want them coming apart. They're like small pieces breaking off. Actually, my favorite piece is not even something that I printed. I ordered it, and they did it with it's the one where you use lasers in powder and come out with it. And they used that, and the texture was amazing. And they did it with nylon. And it's like this hex scale mail armor. And I got like several chunks of it, and like even though it's printed in a hex grid this big, each individual little hex is about this big, and they can come apart just like chainmail and scale mail and reform to make shapes. And I wanted to do like an entire armor sheet out of that. Unfortunately, that style of printing is very expensive if you want to invest in that, like to purchase the printer. For the PI sheet, just have the sheet oversized a little bit. So I know these, so while the print volume is 400, apparently this is actually 420 by 420. You know, that way you have that brim. You link, okay. I still want to see the link though, that's for sure. But I figure it's good to have options, especially with the flexible build plates. I've seen how they... I like to have the removable build plate that I had. I liked having that with the Finder, but the fact that it didn't flex, I couldn't do that. But it was still, it was a beefy boy. I didn't have to worry about hurting it at all. That thing took some damage. So if I click on that, what happens? Someone watching you start streaming 4 hours ago. Okay, so it's none in the comments. Oh, if you do the dash, it actually doesn't removes the thing. Okay, I have learned something new about hashtags for YouTube. Edit. CR-6 Max. CR-6. I don't know why I put a space in there. CR-6 SE. Save. Hello, Mystic. Mystic Grower. Interesting name. Cool, so you got the Max 2. Very cool. Mystic, did you know about the automatic switching for the power supply? I know with the SE, people are talking about the 110 versus 220. Apparently with the Max, they are automatic. So, you know, that's not something we have to worry about. So, hurrah! Oop. Keeps on being heavier than I thought. I forget there's steel ones in there. Cool, so at the beginning of the video, like if you want to go check this back, I'll leave it up. I actually put it together, unboxed it on screen. So like if you have anything, you reach a point where you're like, wait, I don't know about this, I might cover it. Might have covered it in the stream. So, but I had one guy who put his togethers already, but he's like, I couldn't find the switch and I'm worried about it. So I looked around, I finally found the power supply is down the bottom middle of it. There's no way to actually reach any of it without opening up the plate underneath. But it's actually a very nice PSU. And when I looked it up on Amazon, I was like, oh, it said in there it's an auto switcher. So it'll detect the flow and adjust accordingly. And apparently I learned that if you leave the memory card in before you level, the memory card will remember your leveling. But yeah, Henry, either way, go ahead and send me the links and however you want to do that. Yes. Yes, it is. I looked it up on there if you want to know the exact model number, because I opened it up to find it. But it is that brand. Meanwhile. Yeah, meanwhile, RSP 524. I seem to get good reviews, so. Yeah, I think he just came in, though. Ugh. That's looking good. I mean, I have no basis for comparison since this is the first Benchy I've ever printed. And it's double the size. Jeez, I've almost been going 5 hours. Whew. Print's been going 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's only 25%. Yeah, I might have to turn in and let this keep going. Does anyone have the link to DigiKey for the Series replacement Switch? Oh, I had just ordered one because I wasn't sure whether or not this was gonna. I ordered it like a couple days ago. Funny thing is, the guy that we talked about the power supply with, he opened his up and he's got a different switch than everyone was seeing with the 6SE. Apparently, there's 4 prongs with the SE, and this one has 3 prongs, so it's a different switch, and it doesn't have that meatiness to the switch. You know how it doesn't have a solid click to it. This one had a solid click to it. I mean, it's not like the most solid click I've had, but I think they made a change between the SE and the Max. But I've got another one coming anyway. Let me see if I can. I didn't actually. Is it in the chat? Maybe there is something that prevents people from. Let me see what I can do here in my settings. Because it may be preventing links. Oh, wait, that's right. Hold on. Settings. Oh, weird. Somehow Judith is hidden. No, I don't have links blocked. Huh. There's a switch for block links. Let me check comments down below. 0 comments. Chat. Let me look this up on YouTube. Links are flagged as spam? Huh. Oh, hey, Meg. Yep. 400 by 400 by 400. Huh. So, well, here's something I've noticed. Because my significant other, she was trying to post. Apparently, I accidentally blocked her at some point. I unblocked her, so she sees herself in the chat, but nobody else does. So I think somehow, like, when you post a link, you can see the link, but I don't think anybody else is seeing it. Henry, how'd you find me? Nice. Did you find me through the YouTube group or like the Twitter post? Oh, night, Charles. Sorry, I just saw that. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I've got it unchecked so it shouldn't, but I think somehow links are still seen as spam, and I'm not sure why. I'll have to do some more research on that. This is my first time actually streaming on YouTube. I'm used to Twitch. Oh, comments on your channel. Hold potentially inappropriate under community. Let me try that actually really quick. So... settings, community... defaults. Ah! In your discussion tab. No, but see, hold potentially inappropriate chat messages from review are a different thing than comments. let's see. Okay, actually checking it out now. So Henry, did you find about my link like on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter? Because you can always contact me through either of those, whichever one that you think would be most useful. Like if you wanted to send me a DM on Twitter, that could work too. So you found me through YouTube. Twitter. Actually, Twitter might be easier. It's just twitter.com/, so OM Entertainment, all one word. So letters OM, then the word entertainment. You should see like a drawing that I made of like a little Robin Hood type character on a... Ah, there you are. Yep, Vancouver, there you go. Yeah, you can just DM me there. There we go. Cool. Thank you very much. Perfect. Whew. Yeah, I'll probably get that maybe next month. And a large chunk go to Thanksgiving dinner, even though it's just going to be, us quarantinis. We're trying to make the most of it and do something nice. Because it's significant other, my son, and while technically not part of the household, my mom, because I've been having to go over there anyway. My dad passed away at the beginning of the year, so mom's been needing a lot of help, especially because she's never done computer stuff before. So I've been having to teach her how to use a computer, how to pay bills online. Dad always handled all of that. A lot of yard work, things like that. So all that considering, she's welcome here, and that's pretty much it. So the four of us gonna have a small Thanksgiving, but we still kind of went a bit fancy, so we kind of went over budget. So I'm thinking I'm gonna save those purchases for next month. But thank you for that. Ooh. So let's see, we're at 27%. I'm gonna assume 28% at 3 hours. So what kind of time is that looking like? Let's do some math. Technically, a cross multiply would probably do the trick. So that would be 28 over 100 equals 3 over x. Or let's do 3 times 60. So 180 over x. So that's 28x and 180 times 100 divided by 28. So it'll take approximately 643 minutes. So just short of 11 hours. Okay, for your Ender 3, the progress is in height, not job. Mick, I'm not actually understanding. Progress in height, not job? You just mean like total volume and you need height specifically? Because if you just need something skinny and long, you should actually invest in the CR-30 that they're kickstarting right now. Because that has an unlimited I guess in that case it is a Z-axis because the extruder's this way. Because it's a belt printer. So you can print stuff in like swords, spears, rifles. The progress has not been reliably how much of the print is done, but how high the print as to its final layer. Okay. How is this looking? Ooh, not perfect, but it's pretty. There's a little bit of like zits. Not many. Honestly, compared to what I'm used to, this is really smooth. So I'm actually kind of curious because I've been trying to figure out how to get more, I guess, exposure on YouTube as far as like keywords, etc. Did you just type in like the CR-6 Max? Just type that in and see what comes up. Henry? The only thing is weird here. This belt is not adjustable. I guess that's not important. It just freaks me out how loose it is. Seems kind of weird. Oh, I guess you can't see. It's just outside of frame. Well, phooey. Can you actually see it in that then? Yeah, it's dark there. See if I shine a light on it, see if that helps. Oh, it's just that outside of frame on that. I can move that though. There we go. I don't know if you can kind of see. This right in here. But it's like super loose belt that attaches between the two Z-axis. It's just weird to me. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see it. Okay. So thick bottom prints with thin tops will seem like they are taking a long time, but that math won't work as the thin spots will print quicker. Oh, right. So the only thing I found reliable was the time the Cura software says it will be. So the problem I've run into is that this is... Oh. Oh dear. Leslie's got a lot to do this week. I did a search and your stream didn't show up. Just now, yeah. But I mean, so when you initially found me, was that just doing a search? Like you just happened to search for the Max? Was the idea? So yeah, Mick, I know about the different speeds for the different areas and whatnot. The problem is, so this Benchy is what came on the card, so it already had a G code ready to go. So I was just testing what was already on the card. So there was no way for me to check Cura on. I mean, I guess there was, but I didn't bother with it because I was used to with the Finder. The Finder would tell you how much the estimation was. And so I guess I didn't try and check when I looked at the G code to see which one was what. So I didn't have a way of knowing. So I was just trying to do the best estimation I could. Oh, okay. So it just popped up on the home screen because of your search history. That's interesting. That's good to know. Thank you. Just the problem is that when you try to search up stuff yourself, you're not really you're seeing it from a skewed perspective because of the way the YouTube works and tries to personalize. So at the end of the day, that doesn't. There's no substitute for like really, finding out from the people who actually find you, like how they find you. So this is probably the first time I've ever been pushed to someone's home screen that I know of. Because I've been making content on YouTube on and off for more than a decade. I mean, I didn't take it really seriously until like then, even then, on and off, because I'm a parent. 7 or 8 years ago. Again, still only making things on and off, and I do things through a couple different YouTube channels. And yet I know so little about actually, because when I went to film school, YouTube was not considered a viable place in which to create content. Like, you want to make a video, you release it to a contest or a film festival. Mick knows what's up because I went to school with him. But yeah, nobody at school took YouTube seriously as a content, so they didn't really teach like the digital marketing. Like, we had producers type marketing, so like more traditional marketing. So like how to use algorithms, how to use keywords. I mean, none of that stuff barely existed, much less how to use it back then. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think I'm just now kind of starting to take the SEO part seriously. Because I'm kind of tired of only getting like 10, 20 views on a video. So I know how important the community is when it comes to 3D printing. So that was part of my desire to focus on not only the Macs, but this. While this incredibly helps me to make the web series that I want to create, because I want to do it based on Elite Dangerous, and if I can 3D print the helmet, that would help a heck of a lot. But I think it'll help other makers as well. And so that creates some synergy by me being useful to others, that they kind of return that exposure that I need. So like, they need a better way to make a helmet, I need exposure, so it's a win-win. My wife does marketing for financial advisors. But would you say that's different? I don't want to disparage, and I certainly don't. I mean, it's definitely, like, financial advisors, that's a big thing. But would you say, like, it's a different area? Uh-oh. Okay. Thought I lost it for a second. Mick, would you say that that's a different area, though? Does she deal with things like click-through rate and SEO and trying to, like, grab attention. Because, like, obviously, marketing for financial advisors is very important and very necessary and takes skill to do. But I'm kind of curious if there's any crossover, I guess, is what I'm curious about. Helmet and poly smooth would be a cool technique. It'll help the community. You could exposure. Exactly, yeah. Different demographic, but the methods are the same. Yeah, deals with all of that. Okay. Yeah, I have no clue. I try. You know, I'm learning. I can put the little, like, the triple hashtag at the bottom of the description. I know gives you that little hashtags at the top there, which helps with exposure. Searchable keyword phrases and things like that. Okay. Compiling clicks, shares, video watches. Okay, videos watched. Huh. That's not something I would consider when I think of financial advising. Huh. Interesting. I've been trying to find, like, titles and descriptions and thumbnails that will catch attention. First 3 to 6 seconds that'll actually keeps people's attention long enough to actually watch the video. Socials are the biggest avenue for exposure. Socials. I like socializing. Is that what you're talking about? You know, the thing I'm worst at. Because I am a terrible introvert that just wants to stick my head in the camera and let everyone else worry about socializing. I guess social, you mean talking to the community? Yeah, that's kind of what I was curious about. She has to show how she is worth the money that... Yeah. And I have to show how I'm worth the time people want to spend. Which I can't just figure out. Because I don't believe it. Most of the time. So it's like, if I don't believe it, how am I going to convince someone else to believe it? Like, I helped Judith create that reaction video for watching... Boyfriend watches BTS music videos for the first time, and she's getting way more views because it's BTS, and especially she just happened to have released it like a day or two before they dropped the new album. And those K-pop stans are crazy. Okay, so social media. So socials, you mean, it's like short for social medias. Yeah, I gotta say, like, putting the 3D printer on my shoulder is probably gotten the most exposure out of anything that I've tried to post. Dang. That is really pretty. I wish I had that money for the CR-30. Like, it came just after doing the max, and it's like, no, that's too much. But people are, like, showing, like, weapons that they're posting with the CR-30, and that's just up down my alley. huge amount of time on those platforms. Yeah, social media. Maybe we'll call it socials. Nick, you are a perfect combination of highly social and weirdly awkward. So it's like this weird hybrid of the two. Yeah. Right on. Yeah, some of the things I've been wanting to print are 3D rifles, 3D printed rifles, like sci-fi stuff. Because rifles especially don't need to move at all. And sci-fi stuff generally doesn't have to move anyway, so it makes it great for 3D printing. And you can get these really specialized items. Because a lot of what I want to print comes down to back to Elite Dangerous. I mean, especially because the files are there, and they're about to introduce space legs, is what we've been calling it, but basically the ability to walk around, and so therefore guns, and so they're going to introduce these new props and these 3D files that I could then print. And yeah, I can do it in pieces with this, but it's not as nice as when it's just one solid piece. Had that convo with the wife today, actually. Wait, which convo? We had several of them. I don't know if you can't figure if it's the one about you or the fact that I don't believe myself. Henry, did you end up getting the early backer, the 300? Because that deal was amazing. It's $800 printer for like 500 something. It's like, man, if I had that money, definitely. I mean, sure. But Naomi at the helm, she is obsessed more so than any of the people at Creality with trying to get this right. Because, you know, her rep is really important to her. You know, she's always having to climb uphill because so many people disparage her because, you know, Chinese, being a girl, and being a hyper feminine, feminine looking girl, all of those, as far as in the tech industry, you know, she's got to work uphill, and so she has to produce quality. And that's kind of her personality anyway, but this quality is what's going to give her, you know, that credence. Because if it produces something that slips in any area, they're going to hit her 12 times harder than they'd hit like someone like Prusa for screwing up something. So I'm hopeful for the kinks that they're going to work out, especially if they hit their goal and, you know, she's wanting it to go open source, which means all, you know, the kinks will be available to everyone to work out. Oh, backer number 8, nice. Nah, dude, don't shut up. Because I'm just sitting here like, tired. I've been going since 7 a.m. Central. So, chatting with y'all is all I have left to do because I've done everything now. Just kind of watching my print go. Yeah. I mean, I'll admit, I actually ran across her first in a Google image search because I was looking up cyberpunk concept art. And I ran across like where she did the LEDs inside the skirt and the LEDs on the side of the boobs, but because she had the implants that made her boobs glow, and that she had the underglow from the skirt with the LEDs, from inside. And I'm sitting here thinking, how did a dude manage to convince a girl to wear that? So I had the same stereotypical mindset, but then I got to know her. I'm like, wow, I was so completely wrong about her. And I actually ended up really enjoying her content. So, honestly, I was glad to be proven wrong. However, I'm also backer number 25 for the earlier backer for the mouse. Creality didn't ship according to backer number. Well, it's just kind of cool, honestly. Sometimes the backer number thing is like, while it seems more like, okay, you're rewarding people for backing early, but at the same time, logistics wise, that can like kick people's butt trying to do it that way. But it's just kind of impressive to say I'm backer number 8. So I think, props just for that reason alone. So I'm not familiar with was it Crosse? Oh, CR-6. I'm sorry. I'm going blind. The CR-6 SE. Wow. My eyes turned that into an O with an accent. I'm like, is that French? Yeah, I probably was one of the first to back it for the Max itself, but I came in way late. I was backer number like 3108, I think it was. Because oftentimes I'll sit there and kind of see how it goes for a while, just because I don't have a lot to really put in. Yeah, 3108. But like, the moment they announced the Max, I just sat down with Judith and we hashed it out. Can we do this? Can we do this? And they were like, yes, do it now. So like immediately changed my SE over to the Max. Yeah, that's wider across than my fist. It's more like Tugboat Willie at this point. Yeah, I can get that. I mean, honestly, at the time when Creality announced that stuff, I was actually looking at the... I didn't even know about the idea of clones at the time. But it turns out I was looking at the TiVo Tornado. So I guess that was a CR10 clone. Because I was trying to figure out bigger build volume. I needed that like 350, 400 build size. And I was like, when I read how cheap they were going to make the SE, I was like, oh, but it's so much smaller, but it's so much nicer. So I'm like, all right, fine, I'll go with that. Because the other thing is I would like to, at some point, go with a resin printer. I'd like to get one of those, like, HD monochromatic ones. Because, I do D&D, so minis can get expensive, and sometimes they don't have just the one you need, so you can get some good detail 3D printed like this, but not like you can with resin. So I would like a resin printer just for doing minis at some point. but that's a whole nother step. Now, what was it? SLS. I think it was SLS that did the hex print. No, not SLS. Sorry. They're really messy, and like they start in the thousands. Like 5,000 is like at the cheapest, I think. SLM. Centering? I posted about it, but I can't even remember what it is. Yeah, so no, it is SLS. Selective laser centering. Yeah. They're usually huge, like large volume, they just take a lot of space and a lot of posts. Oh, you got the Elegoo Saturn. Dang. Oh, that looks nice. Yeah. I knew about the Elegoo Mars, and I heard. I'm having a hard time keeping up with it all. Honestly, the past few days I've been spending. Oh, cool. That's always useful when you need it for work. Can I ask what for? Because now you got me curious. When you need work needs a resin printer, I'm like, what do you do? Mechanical design and production design. Well, that makes sense. That would make sense. I'm guessing you would, if in the case of mechanical design, you'd probably use something more like an ABS resin, or the ABS-like resin. Something with some more oomph to it. CR-6, okay. Tough resin. Right on. So I've heard of some of that. It's like, I know some of these words. I literally, I feel like I'm just like a few steps behind everyone, kind of running, trying to keep up. Like, okay, I think I know what's going on. Because like to get into this, you really kind of have to start learning a whole new skill set. And at the end of the day, like I wasn't here for printing's sake. This was just like a means to an end for filmmaking and just other like household needs to some degree. So, while I seem to be leaving Judith behind in my knowledge of it, I still am very much a baby by most standards. Most of my education has come from like Naomi, Joel, 3D printing nerd, from Thomas Sandlander. I hope I said his name right. There's like too many ERs, and it confuses my brain, my dumb American brain. Resin, math, and all the other peripherals cost almost as much as the printer. Yeah, see, that's the trick of it. That setup cost initially, and then like depending on how much you go through. Because if you don't go through too much, it's kind of okay, but that initial setup is really going to get you. Yeah, and that's the trick. So like the only way that's going to happen is if like YouTube channels take off, or I suddenly get into like 3D printing reviews somehow. It's like, oh, from a more consumerist point of view, like here's my thoughts kind of thing. Like unless that starts happening, I get like review units. Yeah, probably not. Which is kind of why I have to be smart about what I am doing. How many views is she at, by the way? I was really proud of that intro and outro that she did, or that I did for her channel. Well, thank you, Henry. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Ah, there it is. Ah, she's at 88 views in 2 days. Considering my own stuff, let's see, my last stuff was my unboxing for Munchkin Dungeon, something else I kickstarted. So I also do board games and stuff like that. So it's like, since I have so many board and card games and I can't do a lot of the video stuff, you know, people, more narrative work, it's like, okay, let's, you know, talk about this stuff. But I have not been spending as much time on it as I probably should. So I've been trying to buckle down more and take it more seriously. It's like, I know unless I treat this more like a job, it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, it has in... So my unboxing for Munchkin Dungeon, 5 days, 48 views, which is better than a lot of them, especially because I apparently made friends with someone who like left a lot of comments, so a lot of engagement's always good. But yeah, having the right subject matter, like obviously the engagements I've had on this video, even just people stopping in and stopping out, have been higher than just about anything that I've done, simply because this is a hot topic. And I was probably one of the first consumers to happen to post about it, because plenty of people got it before us. Yeah. And I'm really bad about the social media. I'm so terrible. Like, I'm somewhere between just like wanting to walk up to people and go, look at this, just look at it, and then walk away. Like, I don't want to engage. Don't want to get in chit chat. I'm so introverted. But just like, because introvert is where you get your energy, so I can expel the energy, obviously, like I'm doing now. But I have weird issues with coming across as insincere And then also not necessarily like I feel like I'm wasting my time trying to build up a social network with people in order to like I feel like I'm this is also insincere to try and build up a sincere network of people because in the end I'm just wanting to advertise to them. But then I want to spend that time actually creating the videos because that takes so much time. Ugh. It's tricky. It's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. Honestly, I don't think I'd be able to do the streaming properly or the like review videos properly if I hadn't already done all this work like on the gaming table. Because originally I wanted to be kind of the next Critical Role. Well, see, here's the funny thing. I'll get to that Critical Role thing in a second. I don't appear introverted because long before I got into filmmaking, I did acting. I did it for theater. I was a paid performer and fight choreographer for Renaissance festivals. I directed a smaller Renaissance festival at one time for one season. I have a certain enjoyment in acting. And so what it is I'm very insecure about myself and the quality that I bring to people. I'm introverted in the actual sense of I have to expel a lot of energy in order to socialize, and then I have to spend a good deal of time re-energizing by being alone. But then I'm also very fixed on the things that I like, which makes me socially awkward. Like, I don't do the dance very well. Like, so if someone shares an interest that I have, I'm immediately like, yay, cool. But, like, if, like, how about them sports, huh? And I'm like, I got nothing. So, it's a weird mix. But, like, at the end of the day, I just want to go create art, and then I just kind of want to throw it like a pie in people's faces and go, oh, okay, consume. Y'all worry about consuming this. I'm going to go create another one. Go eat this pie. I'll make more pie. But, you know, being a semi one-man band, I kind of have to handle all the sides, not just the creation side. And, you know, with the whole, like, social media personality thing, I gotta do the things like Joel does, the things that, like, Naomi does. I feel like there's a line above me. What is that wiggly line I'm seeing? Oh, I thought there was a wiggly line behind me. It's a hair. It's a cat hair on my screen that's sitting right above my... I'm getting, like, silly tired. Yeah. But if you'll notice, it's usually, like, one or two specific things that explodes. Like, it's some sort of, like, critical event. Whatever that term is where AI suddenly becomes self-aware. They could be doing things for 10 years, and nothing happens, and they hit this one video that just suddenly goes viral. Or, like, they're doing something that's not viral, but people who are get a hold of it and watch it and do a reaction video of it, and suddenly everyone sees it. So it's like, how do you get it in their hands? Like, you could have gold. You could be incredibly talented, but it just simply isn't disseminating properly. Yeah. It's just a tricky balance of just, you got to keep your nose to the grindstone, but then that one thing usually, like, Judith's a big BTS fan. She watches a lot of stuff. So apparently, they had a video where BTS watched on their videos covers that these people did, and like there was this one band, they like kind of a screamo hard rock, and they did like a screamo hard rock version of one of BTS's songs. It was a Korean pop band, a K-pop band, just in case you didn't know. And BTS watching them and going, wow, they're really good, I like how they did it. Suddenly, this video, which had a decent amount of views, suddenly 6 max content, like doing the visor. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why I was like, the second it gets here, I need to go live. To try and ride that train best as I can. So I definitely agree with you on that. And I need to keep it going. So I'm probably going to do just a few more tests over like the next week, just to kind of see how this thing acts. I'll probably have to at least order a 0.6 or a 0.8 for the nozzle. Because if I try to do any fatter than 200%, I think it won't work well. Because since the visor mode is kind of doing this when you're in 0.4, if you try to go too extreme, so like step, but you hit here and then suddenly it fails, or you get gaps. So I did the 0.8, and so you have a lot more room to do this. And I think if I can get to, but if I try to go more than 0.8 on a 0.4 nozzle, I think I'll run into some like weird issues with globbing. So if I get a 0.6 nozzle and try to do a 1mm base, I can get even more. Do it before everyone else does. Trust me, Joel, Chap, and other people will get on it soon. Yeah. Yeah. Although, when I tweeted out, I was asking if they're planning on reviewing the Macs. Specifically, I asked Joel and Thomas, so Thomas 3DP, and neither of them are planning on it. They're probably the two. I know there are other, but they're probably the two that for some reason I just kind of enjoyed how they presented their content the most. Oh, now that I have this, I can actually finish the teleprompter. I don't know if you've ever seen when Thomas Stanlander did a video on how he made his teleprompter, and he actually released the prints to it. And I've printed everything in PETG except for the actual hood itself, which will hold the thing. I've got everything ready to go. Everything except for like, I've got the plastic sheet and everything, and each needs to be cut to size. And I do that once I printed it, but now I can print that. I can now print the hood. Oh, you're building a teleprompter, yeah. Because especially the big ones, have you seen the price of those? Those small ones, like a good small one, is like $90, $100 easily. The bigger ones are gonna cost way more. So, like 3D printing is like a no-brainer for that. But Thomas's build of that is just like right in line with that sort of stuff. Because I remember, like when I was doing film school and we did the live to tape like TV production stuff when you had the teleprompters, I really liked doing that stuff. I'm like, I want one of those one day. So, yeah, there's just some things that corner the market. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen those, what's called fig rigs, those big circles that look like big steering wheels, and they put the camera in the middle. and it's like steadies up the camera, and you can't find them cheap. It's just a piece of circle metal with maybe with some padding and a metal in the center to just hold the camera. And for some reason, they just weren't. There was no cheap option. There was no clones. So probably one of my most popular videos on this channel here is where I did a how-to build on making your own out of PVC for less than 15 bucks. Again, helping others, and people came to watch that thing. So I didn't get that, and it doesn't get like relatively that much exposure, but of my videos, it's one of the ones that gets probably some of the most exposure. Yeah, that's exactly it. This kind of stuff, this suddenly makes it possible. Like the DM screen I want to print. No competition, so the price, exactly. That's why it is. That's why it's so high. Cornered the market. Competition is good for us. Keep that DIY alive. Probably should also be doing some more DIY stuff. I need to get my garage, because I converted my garage into a dojo slash workshop, and it's a good space for doing stuff. I just need to get out there and start doing stuff. Since you have background in film, combine that with 3D. That's what I'm trying to do, yeah. Although as far as, so the advantage I have is that I have the setup. So I love to get that closed stuff. I've got, the two mics up here, so that way if I want to get more than one person, I can. The GoPro, that's the Blackmagic, which I have. The GoPro and the Blackmagic are going to the to a switcher, which uses a USB, so I don't have to have a capture card, which is also Blackmagic, goes in there. And the reason I can get that here instead of using because you can't split it out normally, but picture-in-picture it will do. And then this little webcam, technically I have 2 more webcams I can use. And for the switcher, I also have like this old handy cam that plugs into the switcher too if I really needed it too. The lighting setup, that's what I was saying. So yeah, because I wanted to be the next Critical Role. And that's why I had this setup, because I had the idea of, well, their setup looks really pretty and it makes it interesting to watch when you have it, not only good players, you have good LAN area, but you got it well lit. You have an interesting background. You just have it well set up, and when it's pretty to look at, it's a lot more interesting. Oh yeah, definitely. Ask you for some tips on camera. So yeah, definitely. You're welcome to ask. But the problem is now is I can't be a Critical Role when I can't have people over. I got spot for 6 other people to sit, but no. Not until that vaccine comes. Then yeah, sure. Get that going. I've been working on this world for like past 2 years, and I've been prepping this it's gonna be fun. But can't do it right now. But in the meantime, this. Although Judith was not exactly happy to lose like half the living room space to a game room like this. I mean, she enjoys it too, when this, but as far as like guests and it's very specifically this. Yeah, I guess you can't really see off the corner, and the lights are a little bit weak on the tea lights there. But I have little tea lights going on. I've got all of these bulbs that are shining here, the red ones, the blue ones. That's all smart lighting, so it has the accent stuff. That's a little LED. I'm planning on working on making a, I don't know if you've seen those torch bulbs, those LED torch bulbs. I found a 3D print that I'm going to make a torch and put the LED in there. Yeah. And in the meantime, trying to stay busy. work on prepping the Elite Dangerous thing, work on all of this stuff, game reviews, and now I'm also helping Judith start her channel, because she's going to, I went to Full Sail, which is a entertainment business film school kind of place, in person. She's going online, but for entertainment business. And so she wanted to start a channel because she wants to represent and help influencers. In order to do that, she's getting experience being an influencer. So she can have like that, I've done what you're doing, here's how to help you. Thank you, Michelob. I think I've told you about these LEDs actually, because that was my LED Go. Sadly, they decommissioned them for some reason, but I love these lights. These are some of my favorite lights. But they're just little light bars. And I just put a skirt on them so that it didn't splash all the light back here to create some separation. Yeah. So the funny thing is the light there, that's one of the only ones that doesn't integrate with Alexa, which is annoying. All the rest of them do. But that one throws probably the most light. That's something, if you look up Harris Heller, like, he does a lot of things about streams and trying to create an interesting space for you when you're streaming. And he has a lot of smart ideas. He's very business savvy. But he's the one that's recommended these as far as cheap alternatives for LED splash, color splash. Because you still it works with that, but for some reason the app doesn't want to interface with Alexa, so it's really annoying. But, yeah, I don't know. A lot of big plans, just slowly kind of creeping along as I get them. This table's a custom because I don't have that wormwood money, but this is something that I built just for that. And what's nice is the legs actually collapse, so it's mobile. Which, in order to have the legs collapse and not be completely it's a bit wobbly, but I had, like, one of those where you screw to the table, screw to the leg, and it flushes there, but then I also have, like, you have those collapsible legs where it does this, and it pulls in. So I have two different layers of locking mechanisms to keep the legs really solid. But I still have just 4 little legs, like 2x2s, or 1.5 by 1.5. I think that's right, 1.5 by 1.5 on here. Yeah. And that was the trick. Like, when I very first started streaming tonight, like, I had it all set up ahead of time, and then I had to go get the turkey and come back. When I came back and then I started streaming, suddenly the audio wasn't working. I saw, like, I went to my mixer. Okay, I can hear it in the mixer. I go and I see, and I look at the switcher, the digital interface for the switcher. I can see levels there, but levels weren't showing up on OBS. So I had to stop the stream for half a second. I closed down OBS, turn it back on. Suddenly it's working. No idea why. Like, I tried to do it without killing the stream, but there was just no way. I had to kill the stream, turn off OBS, turn it back on, get it going again. And I fixed it. It was really weird. But yeah, I actually spent way too long doing lighting design for this space. Trying to kind of find a way to well this area without overlighting, and then trying to create that lighting separation so it allows for a little bit more color. But the idea was, Mick, you probably remember this, doing the 2 stops difference between your person in front and behind you, so that you stand out from the background even if you're not having a hair light. I mean, I'm more in the background right now, but if where I would sit for streaming, it's right here. So, and I have a bit more exposed in here than I normally do. I normally have the skirts a little bit further down. I raised them up because I noticed that when I want to display things in this area, it gets real dark real fast, but if I raise the skirt up, suddenly you can see a lot more. So I can get detail work on the GoPro there. But normally the GoPro would be just for a top-down for, like, when I have maps set up. That was the idea there. But if I wanted more people, I only have the 2 microphones. I'd probably need to get at least one more shotgun. So I have one. Ideally, I'd have 5 shotguns. I'd have 1 on me and 2 on each side of the table. And that's the audio side of it. And eventually, I want to replace all of the webcams with just a series of Blackmagics and get a Blackmagic capture card, PCI card, and that way I can do, you know, camera on this side, camera on this side, camera just for the DM, and then a switcher which will switch between different views of the table, and have them all be camera quality. That's the goal. That's the when you've really hit that critical role quality. But to get the critical role quality like that, you gotta have viewers first. So I think this setup will work for now. In the meantime. Benchy's coming along. Jeez, it's been 4 hours. We're at 39%. I'm gonna assume 40% for 4 hours. So how different is that from the cross multiply situation? 40 over 100. 240 over x. So 240 times 100 divided by 40 equals 600 divided by 60. Oh, so now we're looking closer to 10 hours instead of the 10.7. So I guess you're right, Mick. It is speeding up. All right, Mick. Thanks for dropping in. Have a good night. Oh, switchers. Are they expensive? I just doing a cam link with a DSLR. So this switcher that I have is the A10 Mini. The A10 Mini is only $295. When it comes to switchers, what you get and what it is, especially if you're working with a whole Blackmagic system, that is ridiculously cheap. Blackmagic has completely changed the game when it comes to quality and price. That camera right there is the 4K equivalent of the same exact thing that Thomas Sandlander and 3D Printing Nerd are using. It's the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera, but I have the 4K, they have the 6K. I mean, a cam link with a DSLR will do great. Switchers are more for... So, in this case, the switcher will end up only showing one. The exception to that is the picture-in-picture, which you have right here. So, but generally the switcher is made for just switching between individuals. So you wouldn't need a cam link for it. And whatever you plug in, you'll just swap between up to 4 sources. 4 sources, and not to mention things like, think of TV, you might have a video plug that you're ready to switch over to, or a black space, or you can also, the switcher can also do on-the-fly green screen keying, green or blue. Nice. It has a lot of capabilities. Now they created a new version which has slightly even more capabilities, and that's like, I think it's the Pro version, and I think it's like $5.99, and that's still like half the price of your standard before it existed, your standard on-the-go professional switcher still didn't do half the things that this thing does. Was going to cost no less than like $900. 900 to 1,000 is kind of where the switcher started, and they came in with the 295 and then like the what 595 or something like that, and completely changed the game. See, the Cam Link will take the camera and directly, basically, it's just a external capture card. Just a capture card USB as opposed to a capture card in the PCI. And the reason I want the card is they have 4 slots to accept 4 HDMI inputs. So I could have, you know, camera, or one more if possible, but really only need the 3. And the 4th one being the switcher, which uses USB-C 3.0. That's the 4th input. So, like, I guess what you're looking at right now, imagine another slot here. And so you might see, like this video right here, imagine this would be the DM, this would be one side of the table, like say over here, and this one down here would be like this side of the table. And then everything here would be the switcher, where you have the different views of the table, whether it's the top down, whether it's like, you know, a nice close up for more of the like on level with the minis with a nice shallow depth of field, or just kind of like the isometric view off to the side. Stream Deck, 2 SLRs, 2 Cam Links. Stream Decks are nice. I haven't had... They're a want, because I could set up a Stream Deck right here. Then while I'm DMing, for example, I could switch between mood music. Like, oh, we're in the tavern. Start some tavern music. Oh, we're in the dungeon. Oh, we're going to start a fight. I could see big use for that. There'd be ways to do it with like a tablet or something, especially since I have the pockets here that I can hide it with. Or running a second screen over from my PC to here that has a touch screen, because they have like what's called a Sirenscape, which allows you to customize and build just like ambient setups, and you don't have to worry about like copyright strikes or anything with it. I actually paid someone on Fiverr to create a custom lo-fi style soundtrack for my D&D group, so that way I could have a custom group. I think the idea is that when I started getting a group going, I was gonna release the MP3s of it to my Patreon. On my Patreon, it's kind of like, okay, so the people on my Patreon can have access to these MP3 files, or, you know, because, oh, I want the soundtrack to the game they're playing, but you can only find it here because it's, like, been custom played. So I'm sitting on this soundtrack that I can't use yet. But, yeah, the Stream Deck and 2 DSLRs, that's a really good setup. You know, you have the main shot, and then you got the close-up shot. Sometimes that's all you need. The reason I'm wanting more is because of how that setup works. The other way of doing it, so the 3 off to the side, that's when you need to focus on the table. Like, there's a lot of mini battles. There's just a lot going on with the table. Otherwise, you want to focus on the characters. In which case, you'd have... So this entire slot would show just the row of people on one side. The bottom would have another row of the people on the other side of the table. Up in this corner, you'd have the DM. and down like a big old square down here in the corner, you'd have the table, just, you know, for detail work. Yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve when it comes to switchers. But once you get the hang of it and kind of learn all the little details of how it works, it becomes really smooth. Especially depending on the quality of the switcher that you get, how smooth and how friendly it works. Blackmagic has been very robust because, for example, there are some switchers which, unless it's a very specific resolution, frame rate, it will not display, it will not acknowledge that that input exists. I can set that camera to whatever I want. I have that, I have a completely different type of camera, I have this completely different type of camera that does 60i, because it's just a dinky little handy cam. I can have 4K coming in here, 60p, or like, I can have 4K 24p. I could have 1080 60p, and I could have a dinky version of 1080 60i. All three go into that switcher, and it will all translate them into 1080p, whatever frame rate I set, and that's it. All taken care of. You try doing that with most other switchers prior to the Blackmagic, and you'd be like, like, unless you're dealing with pro level stuff. As soon as you start getting to like that 100, 120 mark, yeah, you try to introduce anything to most of those, and they will just like, no, not doing it. So I've been a big proponent of Blackmagic because they have treated, I mean, they have decent customer service, but the biggest thing has been the quality that they have brought, and especially for the price. They've been amazing, and I've started working with their editor. Despite it having, you know, missing a few things, the quality of their editor has been real nice. I'm hoping with 17, the new update, that they actually allow for alpha exports, because right now, but I am being summoned to get off of stream and to get on with the rest of my night so that I can work, and I've got to let this keep going. So it was really good getting to know you, Henry. Thanks for sticking on so long, and I'll let you know what's happening next. So stay tuned for that. What? No. Air was never on AC, though. I'm about to. There's a bit of delay. Alright. Good night. End in stream. Actually, I gotta go over to the PC to click in stream. Whoops.